Hello, and welcome back to I Did This Adventures, and welcome back to the Quiet Kenku. Today, we're going to be hopping in and kind of getting into something that's we've been leading up to for a little while now. Um, so the party has been on a sort of journey to save members of the excuse me, something in my throat. Woodland Riverfront Reeds, the tribe of sapling, or the I guess past tribe of sapling. Um, some of them having been found in the town of Norfolk, and now leading the party to Fabia, where it seems the rest of the group, at least the ones that survived, currently are being held by the rival group, known as the Boundless Mossy Wood. Now, you guys have been working for a couple days now, not counting travel time, but a couple days here to try to gather a sort of fighting force or infiltration force to attack the Boundless Mossy Woods encampment that looks to be in a sort of walled-in mansion in the town of Fevia. Now, you were able to gain some allies, which let me grab here. So you're able to gain some allies from a few different places. You gained some of the monks from Seth's old monastery. You got Olakas, Kian, and Saren, all highly trained, very capable. Saren being very sort of serious, taking everything way too seriously. Kian, who's the complete opposite and takes nothing seriously. And then Olakas, who he's a strange guy. He's Olakas. He's kind of an asshole, but also really effective, so it works. And a close mentor to Seth. You have the Glassjaw trio from the Glassjaw gang that you found within Favia. They were already looking into attacking the Boundless Mossy Wood, as one of them had lost their brother to this group. So they were already looking to do something against them. You also have Byron and Felicity from your group, from Valve the Bastion, and they were going to be coming with. You hired an archer and 2 mages. The mages with a promise of getting them out of the city, or aiding them in that. And then you had from the Woodland Riverfront Reeds, you had Sapling, who wanted to come with, Spear, and Thrill. Now,
Seedling.
Seedling, you're right. What did I say? Did I say Sapling again?
Sapling.
Yep.
I always do. Well, technically, you are there, and you were a member
It's
of that
true.
group.
Hi.
Yeah. But yeah, Spear and Thrill as well. 2 of them very close. Now, they were kind of, for the most part, up until this point, they were helping the rest of the ones rescued previously, getting them set up on Valve so they had a place to stay in the meantime until they find a more permanent home. But upon hearing the opportunity of, getting the rest of them back, they wanted to come along. And so right now you have a decent sized group. You have 3, 6, 9. So I'm doing math in my head here. 3, 6, 9, 12. If my math's right here, 18 people, counting yourselves, that are going to be going in. You also already had a sort of plan of attack. Most of you were going to be going on one of the carts, sort of infiltrating it as it went around the town. And then, if I remember correctly, 2 of you, that being Seth and Olakas, were going to be going and... What's the word here? Sort of like sneaking in and scaling the wall, getting to the roof, dropping into a balcony. Now, I was going to have a map ready for this. However, with the flooding of the apartment, that didn't happen. So we'll be doing theater of the mind here. I'll do my best to describe things. I'm going to be kind of drawing a map as well, so I can occasionally send like a little picture of it. I just got to grab a pencil. Actually, Danny, could you do me a favor? Those drawers behind you, and then one of the pencils on top. If you could grab me like a piece of paper, just lined paper. Thank you. And then just bring that here.
I do that. I'm also having you try this drink.
Okay, sounds good. But that's how we'll handle that, just for the sake of you guys having some visual component, but without the fancy 3D map, because I ran out of time. So you guys were getting prepped, and had done a few things. Now, Seth had gone off, and thank you for bringing that to me. I want to try.
You got it.
No, I'm okay. Thank you for the paper. Okay. But sigh. Oh, so Seth, you had gone off and went to a church and had an experience I don't think you entirely expected. Now, after that, you would have gone back to the group. I guess we never really said where you guys were staying, because Valve is currently a bit of a distance away. Do you think you guys would have just found some tavern to rent a room in for the night, or a couple rooms?
I think either that or camping.
Okay. That is an option. Would you prefer to do that?
I'm not sure.
What's the group
I'm
think?
more than sure that we mentioned getting a room.
Oh, okay.
I didn't recall. So if that is what you did, then you did. Okay. Well, we'll say that's what happened. Then you guys all go, you get a room, and okay. So you have this room for the day and for the night. could someone here remind me, when were you attacking? Was it at night? On the day you're currently on?
No, it was tomorrow at about in late afternoon,
Okay.
because that's when the cart was doing its thing.
Gotcha. Okay. Perfect. Well then, currently you guys have some time. What would you like to do leading up until this? If anything, you could just sit around and wait, but if there is anything any of you want to do, now would
We
be
were
the
gonna
time.
meet in the morning with the other people, see what they can do, add them to the
Okay.
plan.
Ah, yes,
But
because
other than
your
that, I
original meeting
believe
was just you guys.
Seth has something.
I'd definitely like to talk to Chiron at night.
Yes.
The night before. Okay, go ahead.
Of course, they're already staying in the same room, Seth being Seth.
Mhm.
And he just kind of looks over at him randomly. Hey, in Chiron,
Yes.
I got something for you. Might be
Oh.
helpful.
Oh, really?
And he'll take out the amulet of the devout and hand it over. I believe it was the rare one? Question mark.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I send you the link.
I am familiar, but I will check just in case I'm forgetting something.
Then he'll kind of walk over to him, hand it.
Oh, this is quite nice. Thank you.
I've kind of been arguing with myself on if I should tell you how I got it. But maybe you can help me understand it some. I
Yes.
went to the church in town.
Oh.
I don't like to admit it, but I was just gonna steal it. But I didn't. The priest there, his name was Father Jack. He was actually really kind. Even when he saw what I looked like for real. He mentioned that not all of the people in the church are bad, and I knew that. I mean, there's you, and I guess now there's him. But, he gave it to me. I didn't have to pay him a thing.
Oh.
All he wants me to do is help out other churches.
Well, that's lovely. When you go, you can definitely take me and I can help as well.
Maybe you'll have some knowledge on which ones are safer for me to go to.
I'll
I mean,
try to think on it when we come across one. I haven't visited all of them, but since we're on our way to Bermsley, I did go that way recently enough.
he... I think wants me to help all of them as much as I can. I don't... I think he had this thing about helping the churches, even if the people there are bad. Not because of those working there, but other. And I want to hold that up. I actually want to do that.
Well, even if you're not outwardly helping the churches, I quite experienced at helping the public, and haven't done so in some time. Maybe during the next few places we stop, we can help the church, help some of the people around town together.
I'd like that. Could we also continue my learning?
Oh, yes, sorry, with all the excitement recently, I completely forgot.
I kind of forgot too. I just would like to continue it. Maybe I could actually use it somehow.
Of course, yes, I can. Would you like to do some of that tonight, or?
Sure. I'd love to.
And we shall, do some
Seth
training.
attempts to learn things, apparently.
Yes.
Yeah, what are you teaching? I'm curious. What would be tonight's goal?
I think, since we're getting a bit into the swing of back into it,
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd say, and I probably wasn't prepared with like flashcards,
Oh no.
even though
Seth
we have
has
some.
flashcards.
Yeah, he has flashcards. So maybe we can work on his letters more. Pick up where
Okay.
we left off.
Okay, I'll say, Seth, go ahead and make a intelligence check.
Hmm. $14.
14. You are able to actually learn a good bit. You're kind of a lot of the stuff you'd learned previously, some of which you had forgotten. Some of it actually does start to come back to you. And so you're able to learn a little more even past what you already knew previously. So that's good. Okay. And so that's what you do for the night. And then eventually getting some rest in, and getting ready for tomorrow. I'm actually sketching up a little bit of a map while I wait. So at this point, you are waking in the morning, in this place, and there's this sort of there's this feeling in the air. Today is the day where something is going to happen, and that vibe, you can just feel it. It's a tangible thing. So you guys had a meeting you were going to do with everybody, and so gathering everybody together, you head down to the meeting place. Is there any stops you want to make along the way, or does everybody just head straight there?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm good.
So heading there with all of your group, all of your people. Some of them a little more groggy than others, but you meet where the Glassjaw hideout is, and the three of them welcome you. All of them a bit groggy themselves. It's early, and so they're kind of rubbing the sleep from their eyes, drinking coffee or tea. And they all take seats, motion for you guys to, get comfortable while you discuss. And they have some like papers and simple maps and things laid out on the table. And they kind of look to you guys and say, the main guy says, "So, first off, what exactly do we want to discuss? What do you think is most imperative?"
I believe we should discuss our fail-safes for if they check the card. And I turn to our magic siblings. And, do either of you specialize in illusions of some sort, or?
The one kind of nods and goes, "Yeah, I can do a bit of illusionary stuff. It's not mainly a specialty, but I can."
Perfect. So, if we have the, if they check the card, which will be getting in, can you hide us in case? They shouldn't, but if they do.
They kind of think for a second and, rub some stubble on their chin. They're like, we'd have to get really close together in that cart, like really bunch up. But yeah, I could. I could essentially project like a false thing in front of us that we would just hide behind.
All right. So the plan right now is we get onto the cart after their last stop, and then if they check at any point during bringing them in, we'll have you hide us.
All right. And they start fiddling with their arcane focus. In their case, it's a book. They just have like a spell book, and they kind of start flipping through and finding different spells they could use to do that. At that point, the leader of the Glassjaws says, "Okay, so that's a failsafe. In the event that that doesn't work, and this is happening when the cart's being brought in." And he pulls out a what looks kind of like a potion bottle, but it has like a swirling mode of light that just kind of zips back and forth inside of it. And he sets that down and he says, in the event, again, they check, you could always shatter this. I would avert your eyes quickly, because the moment this gets shattered, it's a big bright flash. It would disorient them long enough that you guys could subdue them. It's quiet except for the glass shattering sound, and it would at least give you a moment to subdue the person. But I only have the one.
You can hold on to that, and that's a good second failsafe. Once we're in, are we just going to take it by ear and try to find the people, find who's in charge? What's the plan then?
He kind of looks to you guys and says, I mean, if you have any better ideas, let me know. But so far, the idea I've got is the one we were rolling with when it was just the three of us, which is we go in there when the cart stops and the people walk away and the cart gets left in the little loading area. Then we get out, sneak inside the building, go to where we think the head honcho's place is, which you say you think it's on the second floor. So we could head up there, take him out, or take him hostage, and try to use it as bargaining.
I'm gonna look to Sapling for that determination.
Hmm. Hmm. Execution or leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very tough call.
That is the choice.
Is the choice. We might as well see if we could use that as some sort of leverage, but there would definitely be no problem with just taking out any of these people. Question just to make sure no one here really knows anything about the interior of the place, right?
People kind of look between themselves and eventually back to you, and they all kind of shake their head or say no, or some indication that they don't.
All right. Well, let's all try to not obviously there are gonna be couple different ways of getting into the building, but let's try not to stray too far apart.
They'll kind
I
of
was
nod
gonna
in
actually-
agreement.
I was actually going to argue against that. I mean, sure, I think we should have multiple. We shouldn't split up too much, but I do think there should be a group that goes down to make sure their prisoners aren't going to get hurt by the fact we're doing this.
That's fair.
Yes.
If so long as we're in groups, whether that be 2 groups, 3 groups, it should be okay. Just no one be stupid. No one go it alone.
Very good advice.
I think we should determine who's going where. I know Olakas and I are already. Oh my god. Are already going to be upstairs based on how we have to get in.
Mhm. So, should probably have 2 teams. Felicity and I should be on separate teams, most likely.
Felicity kind of nods in agreement. That would make sense. We both have similar skill sets.
Um,
And Chiron, you aren't really the violent type, so you might want to stick to
yes, I'd like that. So, Felicity, Seth, and Olakas are all going to be upstairs. I'm going downstairs. I think I'm going to point to our archer person.
Mm-hmm.
You should probably go upstairs because being underground is not the best for long-ranged attacks. I'm going to point to our 2 other monks. You 2 can come downstairs with me, so that we have 2 and 2 there.
So I want to make sure I have everything so far and I haven't missed anything. So far downstairs I have Chiron, Kian, and Saren, the 2 monks. Was there anyone else you said downstairs so far?
No, I have not
Okay.
sent anyone downstairs.
And so far
Other than
upstairs we
those 3.
have. So far upstairs we have
Felicity.
the archer, Olakas, Seth, and Felicity.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Uh,
And then continue.
I'm also making up the groups in No Mic.
Amazing.
I think we should probably also split up our magic users. Sapling, do you want to go to the upstairs or the downstairs path?
probably upstairs.
So Sapling upstairs. I can assume that Seedling should probably come downstairs.
Yes.
Seedling
Please.
downstairs. And our we can send Byron with Felicity upstairs and have the other 2 magic users come with me.
And I want to make sure we're talking correctly here. So keep in mind this is a 2-story building. So when you say upstairs, you're talking specifically the 2nd floor, and downstairs is the first floor. Okay.
Downstairs is in 1st floor, looking for a basement or a place for them to smuggle people.
Gotcha. Okay. Just making sure, and then cool. Shit. So far we have Thrill and Spear left. We have
Thrill and Spear, and then the Glass Draw
mages.
trio.
And the mages.
I thought the mages should come
did you put them
downstairs.
Downstairs. Okay.
Yeah, downstairs for the mages, so that we have another even split between our magic users.
Gotcha. Cool. Got it. Okay.
And so now we have the Glass Jaw trio.
Mm-hmm.
I take it I'm pointing to the main Glass Jaw guy.
Mm-hmm.
You'd like to look for the people, yes?
I would, yeah, I'd prefer to.
All right, then you can come with me, and you can split your people off as you'd prefer them.
He's probably gonna put him go with you said with you, and then he'll probably put one in one in the other. They're all sort of just swordsmen with like a hand crossbow as well, so they're very basic. Can fight at most ranges. So we'll say
I think
one
that's
and
okay. That's 8 and 7, and I think that's all of our people.
No,
There's
we
also
still have
Granville.
the yeah. We
yeah,
Who
have
do we have?
that's
them.
Thrill and Spear.
Thrill and Spear. Right. Hmm. We should probably send 1 and 1 again.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a preference of who goes where?
Let's-
We can send. We can send Thrill upstairs and Spear downstairs.
Okay. Okay. So oh, I guess I miscounted earlier. It was 17, not 18. Cool. So yeah, that's everybody. Okay. Cool. Let's see here. So does that sound good? Are we all set with the teams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what we're going to do is we're going to, when we do get into any kind of like initiative requiring thing, we'll essentially do kind of like we did previously at a different place, where we'll do like this group will have their initiative, this group will have their initiative, and then one after the other, one group after the other. So yeah, we'll still roll it up, but that's that.
So like the fight at the monastery.
Yes, and I think what I'm going to do, because I'm going to be honest, I don't want to have to control 14 NPCs. Uh, I'm going to kind of just have you guys dictate what they do. For any kind of combat, you don't really need a stat block because we're not going to get that into it. I have a way that will run this. But as far as this, I'll kind of just have like each of you controlling some of the NPCs.
Okay.
So there are 3 of you, and there are 14 of them. So we'll say well, how do we want to do this?
So
Seth
there's
and
8 on the
Seth.
first team and 9 on the second team. So we should probably split the second team into 3, 3, and 3.
Yeah. Okay. Um. So then I guess who wants who? I
I'll
guess I'll just ask.
probably, I'll probably take, I'll probably just take all the magic people so that I'm the only one who has to deal with spell lists.
That tracks
I-
so hard.
I would like to yoink my Felicity at the least.
Oh, yes, okay. You can take Felicity, but I will take the rest of the spellcasters so that I'm the only one who has to pull up a spell lists.
Okay.
I might as
Okay.
well take my cats.
That tracks. Okay.
I probably need somebody else on the upper team than Byron. So I
Yeah.
guess I will take the archer as a second roof team.
Okay. Yeah, Archer's pretty easy because it's just he shoot arrows.
Yeah.
That's what he do.
I mean,
Hmm?
I can yoink all the monks.
Yep.
I mean, that makes sense. You know how monks work, so
Bitch. Thank you. Sorry. Ignore me.
no, you're good.
I was trying to get wiki.to
So-
load, so I had cleric spells. Because Felicity.
Yeah.
Beastie, how about you take the glass jaw on the upper floor. So
Sure.
So
that's
the
you
two
with
that are...
yeah, that's 3, 3, and 2 on the up. Then down, got 2 for Bestie, 3 for me so far, and 2 for Danny. So which one of you wants the main glass jaw, and which one of you wants the rank and file glass jaw?
You know what? I hate to be so what is it? So bold, but I don't roll straight nat ones all the time, so I could take the main one
You'll take the main one. Danny, you'll take the
respectfully.
NPC one.
Give me 1 sec, 'cause I'm like also trying to figure out who's taking who, so I actually have like a
Got it.
recognition of the.
Yeah, I'm kind of writing as we go as well.
Yeah, important. What kind of sorcerer is Byron?
He is a... Oh god, I don't remember the name. It's the one where he's got mental shit.
Okay, got it. I'll
he's got...
grab those spells. I'll have that open.
He's got a worm in his brain.
The kind
Which
Oh
of
my
also...
gosh, twinsies.
Yeah, which also means he can communicate telepathically. It's actually... I forget the subclass name. It's
Aberrant Mind.
Ever mind?
Aberrant Mind, yes.
Trying
Yeah,
to
he
remember who
different
else is
kind of worm,
taking
but
who.
yeah.
How?
Oh my gosh,
One
we
I'm
should hang
missing.
out some.
Hold on, I'm counting.
Like I know I'm missing.
counting, Danny.
I know I'm missing the glass jaws. I don't remember who was taking who.
Oh, Bestie is taking the top glass jaw and the main glass jaw. You're taking the second glass jaw on the bottom. And the two spellcasters, are they both sorcerers as well, or are they wizards?
Wizards.
They're wizards, okay.
As far as what kind, I have no idea. So honestly, you
Yeah,
can totally
I'm not
just...
going to ask you that.
No, just go for like whatever. And I'm not going to make you track spell slots. Go wild.
Yeah. I'm
Just
gonna
within reason.
Give them... I'm going to give them up to 3rd level spells.
That tracks.
Because that's where we are.
That makes sense.
I don't think I'm missing anyone.
I'll give I don't know how good Byron is, so I'll give him up to 5th level spells.
That would be reasonable, I would say.
What are the glass jaw guys? Are they like fighters or?
They're just
yeah,
sword guys.
They're just sword guys. I'd say, again, I'm not going to give exact stat blocks. What we'll do when combat comes for those guys is you'll roll a d20. This is actually kind of how when me and Connor do like little one shots, this is how we do it. Is literally I'll just be like, okay, roll a d20. We'll add an arbitrary number that sounds about right for what they would have. I'll give you that number at the moment, and then if it hits the arbitrary stat block for the enemy that I don't actually have, then yeah, okay, we're good.
Beautiful.
That is gonna be real with you. That is how I DM 90% of the time, and it works. So
It works.
because listen, I have a job. I'm busy. I don't have all the prep time in the world. Also, I'm just making sure that I have my notes correct for who is who and where is where, because I want to do that. I think this works though, because I'll handle all of the various enemies, and you'll handle all the NPCs and yourselves, and we'll be good. Okay. Well, let's real quick. Hold on, wait. Let me finish writing that out. Byron. Oh, yeah. The mages. I forgot to put them down. Does anyone else have any questions about like what somebody may have as far as like one of the NPCs? Or what you should do? I would say, by the way, Danny, for Kian and Saren, just treat them like Seth as far as his monk shit. Just treat it the same, because they'd be roughly the same. And as far as Thrill and Spear, we're gonna kind of treat them like the glass jaws in the way that we'll roll their stuff and play their stuff. As far as what weapon you think they would have, I'll leave that up to you. Spear, who knows? Again, could be a hand crossbow.
Could be a gun. No.
Could be. No, but we'll kind of just do it off of that as well. It's just kind of like whatever you think they may use.
I personally think you should yoink at least all the Cass.
Oh, do you want
Dude's
me to yoink
fucking
Olakas?
weird.
Yeah, no, I'll yoink
Please.
Olakas. Yeah, I do have a stat block for him, so I'll just yoink it. Unless you
That's
want
the
a
reason
stat
why
block.
No, I
No?
want to see him played the way he should be, and that's by you. Because he's
Oh.
weird and confusing.
See, there's one NPC
You're
I
just
do
not
wish was
good.
among this group, and he's not, and it makes me sad.
Uh,
Because he would be
Can I
so
guess?
fun to play. Yeah, well, no, you
Can I
know.
guess?
Don't guess out loud, you know. You know.
I don't know though. I'm just guessing which one I think it is.
Nah, don't say it. Anyway,
Can I put it in
let's...
chat
Yes.
for confirmation? Yeah.
God. Okay. So... Fucking ads. Okay. Yes, the answer is yes to that. There you go. So, at this point, it is heading to... Yes, a bunch of guys with swords. But again, essentially, and this goes for all of you, this also goes for like the archer. The way you make an attack with a martial thing is literally rolling a d20, adding a number to hit, rolling for damage. We're going to simplify that a lot due to the number of enemies here. If I had you do all of that for every single one round of combat would take an hour or more. So we're literally just going to... if you have somebody who is a martial, then you're just going to roll a d20. I will I'll tell you if that hits or not based on what their plus would be, and then if it hits, then damage is done. We're not necessarily going to roll that damage because again, a lot of enemies, a lot of people. If it hits, it does. If it doesn't hit, it doesn't. We'll go that simple. Does that sound okay to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I want to do something special with this casters, I will say that, and otherwise, I'll just roll a d20 for them, and if it hits, it does.
Yeah, that's literally it. If you think they would do a damaging spell that doesn't have like a specific thing, go ahead and we'll just do it that way. Otherwise, like if you want to do a specific spell, do it. Or if you know, like for the monks, if you're like, okay, one of them will use a flurry of blows, they do that, and you just roll to hit.
I have a question.
Yes.
What spell level should I look at for Felicity?
About where Byron was, so 5th, I would say.
Up
Go
to
for
5.
5th. Yeah, up to 5th spell level.
Keep that in mind. Thank you.
And I think that is all of the people. Okay, well, so all of you get into your positions. You have done your planning, unless there's anything else you want to do for the rest of the day up until the afternoon. Is there anything anyone wants to do?
Did we ever decide who was going to be bringing the cart? Or was that none of us? Are we just sneaking in?
We're sneaking in.
Sneaking in.
Okay, we're sneaking in.
Yeah, because the way essentially the cart is there's a guy. It's your standard like medieval cart. There's a dude sitting on the front with the reins, and so that is one of the Boundless Mossy Wood guys. And so he's up there. You guys are sneaking in at one of his stops, and then letting him take you where he takes you.
Scary.
But the plan was you guys are getting in at the last stop. That way, you know, you're like ready to go. There is one thing, and I want to ask you guys how you want to handle this. You don't really have an itinerary for this thing, as far as I'm aware. So, are you just gonna follow it through town as it goes, and then wait for it to drop off the last package? How are we handling that? And we'll say this is the main glass jaw guy asking this. He's like, so how are we handling that?
That very may well be the best option.
Just following it around.
Unless anyone else to follow it, yes. Unless anyone else has any other ideas.
The rest of the NPC guys kind of just look at each other and are like, not really, no.
No.
Okay. Well, okay. Then here's what we're gonna do. So, okay. I need to confirm something. We talked about how not everyone would fit on the cart. Majority of people would, but not everybody. That's why Seth and Olakas were sneaking in. Is that still the case, that everyone else is getting on the cart except those two?
I think so, yeah.
If we can all fit.
Yeah. All of you theoretically should be able to accept those two. So you guys were going to sneak in. So that means I need, and I'll roll for everything else here. I just need Chiron and Sapling to make a stealth check. This is not even for getting on the cart.
No.
This isn't even for getting on the cart. This is while you're following the cart around town trying to wait for the stop.
For following
I
the
got a
cart
21.
around, could I do like persuasion instead? Like I'm not exactly hiding, but I'm trying to blend in with the crowd.
I would still say I would say performance. I would have to make that performance.
I'll take performance over stealth.
Yeah, it's better. I'll give that to you.
That's a 14.
Okay. And then what about Sapling? What do you got?
On my stealth, I got a 21.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. So
Big horse, very hard to see, apparently.
yeah, and I'll have just one of you roll another d20 for me for the stealth of everyone else following. Either one of you, really. I think it's more fair
Like
if I have you do it. Yeah.
Ooh, a natural 20.
Very nice. Okay. That is better than I probably would have rolled.
I think I sold my soul for good rolls.
Maybe. Okay. Yeah, put this over here. So, somehow, this large group just it actually kind of works in your favor though, because you are a decently large group, and if you guys spreading yourselves out in the right way, not only are you able to look casual, like you're just people walking through the streets, but you're a really weird collection of individuals. But in a place like this, it's not like if you were doing this in Bermsley where you'd kind of really stand out. You're a weird bunch of individuals who just happen to be walking the same way on the road. And you just happen to be going in the same way the cart is. And taking some of the same turns. Man, it's weird. But I mean, free city. You can do what you want, right? so I mean, it works. And you're all able to maybe not avoid being seen necessarily, but avoid them taking any concern with it, avoid really being worried about it. So it goes over really well. There are a few stops where these packages are dropped off, which Seth, you had been one of the people as you had followed it with Olakas before to see what was in them. Had you shared that information with anybody, or because I don't believe you had last we talked?
I'll say he did.
He did. Okay. So then all of you would be aware that the fact that these are filled with meat. Just red meat. And so as you see the packages all identical, all with what looks like the same writing on it, being dropped off in front of different doorsteps. Some of them actually have packages outside of them already that look the same, but are kind of wet. And now new ones are being stacked next to or on top. But eventually, the cart comes to a stop, and the guy gets off the front of it, grabs 2 packages, and then proceeds to walk down an alley. Now is the chance. So I need, same thing as before, both of you to make stealth checks, and then roll one more for the group.
Oh man. Never mind. I was gonna say something, but
Oh, what was it?
apparently none of the people have access to silence. I would have done that. Unless the
That
archer person happens to be actually a ranger, because rangers
is-
have access to it.
he is not.
But yeah, none wizards
That
nor
sucks.
sorcerers have access to silence.
Damn, that sucks.
Ah, man.
Yeah, that's sad. No. No one is silence. Does anyone have like pass without a trace?
No.
No, that's
Not
not a thing
yet.
either. Ah,
No,
So-
no. Pass Without Trace is like a ranger and druid specific spell.
oh wow. Okay.
Pass
then,
Without
yeah.
Trace is not a common spell.
Okay.
So we don't have anything for this.
Well. Okay. Good luck.
Okay.
I got a 15.
Okay. Let's see.
I got. Okay, a 15 as well.
Okay.
Ah.
Let's just hope it's not like the Charlie Brown thing. I got a 15. I got a 15. I got a rock. I got a 1. Well, I need 1 for the group now.
I will do so this time. A 12 on the die.
Okay. They'd have a small plus collectively. I'd say the average would probably be around a 13 or 14.
Yeah, so
Because some of them would be a little higher, some of them a little lower. So I'd say an average of 13 or 14.
yeah, I'd say about half of them might have proficiency because we've got some monks.
Yeah, they kind of bring it up a little bit, and then there's a couple like the Glassjaw guys are wearing armor, and so
Yeah.
it kind of brings that average down a little bit.
So I'd say probably +1.
But overall, you guys are about the same score. 13, roughly 13, 14 to 15. That's good. So this covered cart, you get up on there, you get up underneath, because again, this is just a covered by like a large tarp on all sides kind of deal. You get up in there, get underneath, and you can now see from the inside a few things. One, there's no light in here, no hanging lantern or anything. It is completely dark once the sheet is down. But you can hear as you step the wetness under your feet. You can't see it, but you can hear it. I'd say something else that does bring that stealth check a little bit is down a little bit is a couple the wizards, both of them collectively start to start to like gag. Because it's not great. But also another thing to note is this is essentially a square cart. It has a pillar in each corner that then goes to like slats up top that create a square on the top, and then that's where the drape is put over. And so you are not able to be seen from inside, but you also cannot see from inside. So you are entirely blind. But you can hear. And what you hear, as you all kind of get settled in, is you hear the person and feel the rock as he gets back on the carriage and starts to go. You can kind of tell as it turns around and starts to head back. You feel a familiar bump in the road that you'd seen it go over, so you know you're headed back. But at this point, kind of just hoping that you head back, and then nobody checks. Now over to Seth and Olakas. How long would you wait after they leave before heading out? Or would you go practically immediately?
How about how long had the cart taken to do its rounds? Because we were the ones to have followed it.
That is a good point. You had gauged. Since you can't count, it's
I
an
feel-
amount of time that you can kind of feel. You can gauge the amount of time. So would you be wanting to leave around the time where the carriage would be getting back pretty close to them? How close to them getting there do you want to be? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Within a few minutes, giving them enough time to scale the building, get inside, while they getting in. In case of anything going wrong, they're already there.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll say this then. Go ahead and make me a stealth check. And if you could roll one for Olakas as well.
Olakas is 17 on the die, and I'm getting into my stuff so I can add mine.
So his is a lot. Got it.
19.
19.
Seth rolled hello.
Okay. So the two of you start to head out, and Olakas, for the most part, is making himself look very casual. And has actually traded his monk's robes, or at least covered them in something a little more normal for the area. Kind of just trying to blend in rather than going unseen, especially because you have to kind of just walk through an open area and through the streets to get to where you need to go. So you head over, and as a reminder, you see a lot of the guards with these very sleek weapons and things patched into the armor. There's a lot of like metal bits among the leathers and different things. It's very patchwork in the way that it is. Though they all seem to have been painted over to seem sort of unified, as well as having a sort of clan symbol sort of thing somewhere on the armor. So you go, but no one really seems to give you much mind. If they really saw you at all, they're not really paying you any mind. Now, where are you wanting to go? Are you wanting to go around the back? Because essentially this is a rectangular sort of area for the most part. Gate in the front. You were told there's no other entrances except, you could knock like a wall in the back of the house out. Are you wanting to go around to the back of the house? Because the fence, you're the only one that would know this. In our Minecraft world, the house, it has the fence that comes out of the side of each side of the house. There is no fence around back. It's like that. There's no fence around back. It's just house. Gate comes out of the house, or fence comes out of the house. So do you want to go around the back?
Probably going around to the back so that he can scale that.
And you're scaling the house. Okay.
Yep.
So you're able to get to the back of the house without issue. Now, do you have anything that would allow you to climb it without like any monk shit or anything that gives you the ability to scale vertical surfaces or walls or anything?
Okay.
I know Olakas does. He just has a climbing speed. Yeah. Yeah. He just has a climbing speed.
A certain
have it
pair
yet.
of... Oh, wait, no. That's Sapling. Sapling has a climbing speed.
Uh-huh.
I don't get a
He
climbing
does.
speed until 9th level. So
Okay.
no.
He also
Darn.
has spider climb.
So he's
Yes.
doing this
Okay.
the old-fashioned way.
So how are you just straight up climbing it?
Digging his fucking claws into the brick as best he can, yeah.
Make an athletics check.
Don't fuck me over. You said athletics?
Yep, because you were just straight climbing. If you come up with something creative of how you want to do this, then I can give you acrobatics, but keep in mind that the trees do not go up to the house. There is a dead zone around the house where the trees were cut down.
I can't think of anything. I'm bad at that.
It's gonna be
You
athletics.
could shimmy.
Jimmy?
You could shimmy up a pipe somewhere. That
You could try,
might still be athletics, but...
I mean, if it's still athletics, what's the point?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Flavor.
Flavor, yeah. Do you want to shimmy up a thing, like up a gutter?
No,
No.
no. Fuck the
You're just gonna
gutter.
dig your claws in and climb.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 13.
Oh. uh. Okay.
He has a -1 to athletics. It's bullshit.
Would you accept Olacas's help if he was to try to help you? Because he could use his action to
Yes.
help you.
Seth would
Okay.
absolutely it would take that.
He's gonna let you dig your claws in and everything, but he's gonna kind of grab you by the back of the tunic and just start to drag you as he. So you're going like this, right? And then you look over and you see he's horizontal to the ground. He is just walking up the side of the building, and he just grabs you by the back of the tunic and starts helping you up. Go ahead and roll with advantage. Roll again. Is it worse?
I'm glad that was advantage.
Yeah. What'd you get?
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
Was I just rolling one more dice to
Yeah.
go off?
Yeah.
No.
You were just rolling one additional because it's to add. He's just helping with your initial roll.
Okay, well, the one that hit first is less than, so.
Okay, so the humiliation of needing his help does make it harder. And eventually he just lets go and just passes you and gets to the roof. You do get up there, but it does take you some time. It's not for lack of ability, but it's mainly this is a pretty hard wall. It is mostly brick. You're having to grab where like the mortar meets the brick and it's softer in some places. And it's crumbling a little bit already. And also, you are still trying to stay stealthy. You are trying to not make sound. Olakas walking up the side makes no sound, but you digging your claws in does. And so there's a couple times where you think you hear something, you stop for a second, and then continue. So after a few minutes, you do make it to the roof of the second floor. Olakas is kind of perched already looking over, not super close to the edge, but he does wave you over. From where you are, you can see that one, there is two balconies, one on either side of the front of the house. Just below you, there's also, and there is a guard on one of them, but not the other. The one directly below where you are now, has not made note of you at all. There's also a front within the front gated area. There is a handful of guards down there. There's also a few different carts similar to the one you'd followed that are being loaded, and some that are just kind of sitting there waiting. And go ahead and make me a perception check.
$25.
Still within the gated area, but off to the side of the house. Looking down, you can see a cellar, like the sort of cellar doors that open up and outwards. You see one of those down there. So there is a basement, and you found an entrance. It is not, that is not an entrance. Sorry. That entrance is outside the house, but within the gated area. But there could also be an entrance inside the house. You're not sure. So you guys are in position. You are waiting. Now, going back to the rest of you. You are in the cart. It's bumping along the road. Eventually it stops. You hear footsteps and chatter between a couple people in common. The person who is driving the carriage says to somebody, all done with the rounds for today, just bringing it back. You hear a response back. All right, go ahead and park it, you know where. Grab another one and go ahead and take it. We'll get this one loaded back up. Then you hear some footsteps start to walk back toward the back area where you guys are. And you're kind of waiting and waiting and waiting, and then the footsteps stop right next to the cart. And then they start to walk away. And you hear a gate get dragged open along the gravel, scraping along. And then the cart starts to move again inside the gate. After a moment, it gets parked. You hear somebody get off and feel the rock as somebody gets off the carriage, and you hear them start to walk across the gravel. As it crunches, they walk away. It's hard to tell exactly where you are in the gated area, and obviously you don't know what's outside. You can't see. You would have to like peer under to look. So what do you all do in the carriage at this point? What is your plan? You are stopped somewhere. You knew roughly where all the carriages were parked because you could see it from the outside. So you know probably roughly you're in there somewhere.
Well, I suppose we can probably.
Someone want to take a peek?
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking maybe take a peek first.
Take a little
If
peek.
possible to do while in there.
You could lift the tarp up from the bottom and somebody could just like take a peek under.
Yeah.
Also, I would say, are you the one who's wanting to do it? Sapling?
I mean, I do have good perception, so
Okay. If you would like.
might as well.
All right. Then yes, go ahead and roll a perception check.
That is a 28.
Oh my god.
I'm
Okay.
peering beyond the curtain.
Literally. You so you take a peek. You do have to get kind of low to lift it to look. You see that you are surrounded by other carriages on most sides. The front of the carriage faces more. Left and right side, you're flanked by more. But to the back, you can see it opens up into a large courtyard, very plain, mostly just gravel and dirt. In most places, and it's pretty barren for the most part. Very open is kind of the first problem. There are some boxes and barrels here and there, but for the most part, it's just an open courtyard. You do note that on your left from here, there is the large manor, and you would be able to see, with that roll, you would 100% be able to see both Seth and Olakas on the roof. Just below them, a balcony where there is a guard. In the courtyard, there are, that you can see, 3 other guards, all of them wielding similar weaponry. Trying to think if there's anything else of note. You wouldn't be able to see that. That's about all you'd be able to see from here. I would say, as for the guards that are out there currently, none of them are looking in your direction, though you would still want to be careful. You are conscious of that.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pass all that information along to my homies.
Yippee.
Yippee! I'm also checking something.
Of course.
Okay, the hell no on that.
Okay.
It's checking the limits of my telepathy. It's pretty short. But anyway.
Yeah.
This is tough.
It is a tough situation.
There are many of us. Maybe. Blinking.
There is quite a few of you. Now, at this point, Seth and Olakas, you can see that the carriage has been brought. You saw it get parked. And you're able to... Nothing has happened yet. But if there's anything that you want to do, you can.
I have an idea.
Okay.
The guys, one of the magic guys probably has an illusion spell prepped because of the whole plan.
Yeah.
So, I think we're gonna have him make a little distraction of a loud banging sound near the wall on the opposite side of the compound.
Okay. Okay, I like that. Do you want him to do that now?
Do we?
I mean, I don't see why not.
We don't have any other plans, so
Okay.
yeah.
So at that point, you give the signal. He kind of takes a peek, sees nobody is looking directly this way, steps out of the carriage so that he can get line of sight, and then does the incantation, and a loud banging starts in that direction. Immediately, all eyes are in that direction.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. And so one by one, like a really big clown car. So not really a clown car. You start one by one. There's a mage, there's an archer, there's a horse. Things just keep coming out of this car. But eventually you all are out. The sound won't last forever. In fact, I don't know how long that would last. I'll say probably about a minute. Yeah, it is actually for that. This loud banging continues. What do you do in the meantime?
We can try to get to the main building.
Okay. My question here is, do you want to, because you have a couple options, you could just beeline it straight across the open space to the front door, or you could continue weaving through all of the different carriages, get up alongside the house, and then loop around to the front door. Which would you prefer to do? Or is there another option that you want to try? Also, a note for you. Some of these carriages do still have horses attached.
Oh.
I don't know if that'll give you any ideas, but some of them do.
I'd say we don't startle the horses.
Yeah, we should probably just...
It's very easy to do that.
Yeah,
I would know.
Horses easily start. Okay.
I say fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we balls.
Yeah,
Beeline it. Okay. All right. So you start to book it across. Any stealth at all, or are you just straight booking it?
I'd say some stealth.
At least prolong the
Probably.
time until you get seen.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and we'll do stealth check, same as
Trust
before.
the distraction for quite some time.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and both of you make stealth check. I'll give you advantage due to the distraction. And then
I don't get disadvantage.
Yeah. And I'll go ahead and I'll just
much
real quick
better.
roll a quick roll for the group with advantage as well. And they rolled. The group's fine, as long as you guys are good.
I got a 19.
I got a 14.
You're good. So you start to just very not suspiciously, hurriedly, quickly, and quietly making your way across this courtyard. Crunch, 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 across the gravel and dirt. But with the loud banging, nobody even looks in your direction. You get up to the front door, and it seems all of the people you had seen 3 or 4 originally from the carriage. there was about 5, not counting the one on the balcony, that were in this courtyard. They're all kind of over there where the noise was at this point. So nobody is by the front door on the outside of the building, except for the guy on the balcony who is also looking in that direction. Though, Seth, you can see that the guy on the balcony below you is starting to look in the direction that you just saw all of your people go across. What do you want to do?
Well, I want to drop on him.
You want to drop on him? Okay. Are you trying to grapple?
Specifically, he's trying to grapple him to basically shut him up, cover
Okay.
the mouth.
Sounds good. Go ahead and make me. This would be an athletics check. That is what grappling is. You have to beat his AC.
That is a 17, 18 on the dice.
That'll do it. And so you get down there and hand over the mouth. He is silent. He does not drop his weapon. He was already on guard, so he does not drop his weapon. However, you have him silenced. At this point, Olakas is going to drop down in front of him. He's going to look at you and say, "May I?"
Go for it.
And he's going to punch his nose back into his brain. Guy just drops. It's a few seconds. Guy just drops on the spot. He kind of hit your hand a little bit in the process. Stung a little bit. But he was careful, so it's fine. Olakas kind of looks at the weapon, catches it before it falls so that it doesn't, like, hit the ground and make a bunch of noise. Sets it down. And where do you two go from here? Also, I'm asking you, where do you and Olakas position yourselves? Do you stay on the balcony?
So there's the balcony. There's probably like a door.
There's a door that leads
out.
inside. Yep, that leads inside the building.
Is it like a glass door or?
No, it is a solid wooden door. No slits or anything.
I think they should start heading in, but Seth's gonna try to peek through first before just storming in.
Okay. I'll give you an option here, actually, of what I want you to roll. You could either roll a stealth check, where you would get an okay view of the inside, but be extra careful, or you could roll perception, where you're a little less careful, but you get a better look. So choose your own adventure book. You get multiple choice.
I think I'm gonna go with stealth.
Okay. So you'll get an okay look, because you do have good passive perception, but slightly less so than if you'd done perception.
22 for stealth.
Okay. Very carefully, without nary a sound, you open the door, you peek inside, and you look. Now what you see is there is a hallway beyond this that goes left and goes right. You can see that there is a guard currently facing away from you about halfway down the hallway. He is obviously tense because of the noises outside, but he is not actively rushing outside. There's also to your right, it appears that it almost immediately takes a sharp left turn down another hall. You can kind of see that there's some doors that lead into different rooms, just barely. So, what do you do in that moment? We'll be moving over to the other group here in a sec.
I think he'd go the opposite way of the guard.
Going toward the right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Stealthing it, of course.
I'll tell you what you see, and then we're going to go to the other group. Both of you make your way inside. You go to the right, away from the guard. You look down that hallway. You see there are a few doors, most of them closed. One of them open, although it looks to just have a bunch of shit thrown in it, like a storage closet sort of thing. There is one door, though, that has 3 guards standing outside.
Oh.
They're at this point, one of them has the door they're in front of cracked a little bit and is listening to somebody talking inside. Though you can't quite from here, it's a bit of a distance. You can't quite make out what's being said. At least what's happening in the room. You can hear the person outside roughly saying, yes, yes, sir, like, of course. And then the other 2 are just standing guard. That is what you see. Keep that in mind. Going back to the group, you were in front of the door. You did faintly hear, between the banging, the thump as above you 2 people dropped down and took out a guard. At this point, what would you like to do? The door is in front of you. It is a standard single door, wooden door. What do you want to do?
Let's go.
You want to try and open it?
Perhaps.
I will first get in and check and see if there's an alarm attached to this door.
Okay.
Yay.
Go ahead, make an investigation check.
That was a 18.
18. Okay. With an 18, you take a good look, and you can tell that while there is not a physical alarm, there is a slight shimmering to the door handle. There may be some type of arcane either alarm or lock.
Well then, I will put on my little goggles and take a look at that.
Okay. Go ahead, be my guest. I believe, what does that give you here? I'd have to look at-
Advantage.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and
I have it
advantage
marked
then.
on my character sheet that I get advantage on it, and I know that's from that.
Okay, cool.
That is a
Sorry, cut out. What was that?
a 29.
A 20. Okay. You have seen similar things to this before. This is an arcane lock. They are still able to be picked without a key, but they are much more difficult unless you have something to overcome that. I would say with that, you might even know what. There is a specific spell, I believe, that is very good at this.
It's also very loud.
Yeah. But they can also be dispelled. If you have access to that spell, you can dispel these.
It's locked magically. I can take care of this. I'm gonna dispel magic.
Okay, perfect. And you can see with your special glasses, your reading glasses, you can see as it goes away.
And now we should be okay.
Now let's go.
Now let's go.
Okay. Well, you start to make your way inside now that it's open. Inside, you immediately see a pretty small foyer. You guys do have to kind of spread out a little bit. There are no guards actively inside the door. However, there is a hall that goes left, a hall that goes right, and then a single staircase in front of you that goes up. Which you can hear. To the left, you can hear that there is some commotion, some guards that are actively conversing. It sounds like a decently large group. And then upstairs, you can hear there are a couple as well. You can't tell exactly how many up there. It's not a super large group, but there are a few. So up, left, or right? Or do we wish to
Well-
split up?
I believe this is where we probably split up and send the upstairs crew upstairs.
Upstairs. Okay.
Downstairs crew can start going where there isn't guards to the right.
Okay.
Just look for a basement.
Okay. That works for me. So in Chiron, Saren, Kian, Seedling, the 2 magic users, main Glassjaw. No, oh, no, sorry, I was... Huh. Wasn't, oh, no, that's who was controlling who. I'm getting it mixed in my head. Yeah, main Glassjaw 1 and Spear, them all going to the right. And then everyone else will be upstairs. Of course, Oldcast and Seth already being there. So, how about this? How about at this point, let's go ahead and roll an initiative. Again, just send your numbers in dice rolls, and then we'll just essentially we'll do it by group with those initiatives.
Are we just sending our own personal initiative, or are we rolling initiative for all the characters?
I can roll for them real quick. That way I can just get
Okay.
it over with. I have a ton of fucking dice. Oh, why is there a D8 in with my D20s? Hello? What are you doing there, silly guy? Okay. Okay.
A 10?
Oof. Oof. What did you roll?
6.
Ugh. Yikes. Okay.
I thought it was a 9, but then I looked at the dot. It's not a 9.
Not. All right, let me write this out real quick and then I'll do that. That's right. It's those two together. Actually, here's what we'll do. Here is what we're going to do. So in Chiron, you're the only player on the words are great. Downstairs team, and then Sapling and Seth upstairs. So Sapling, you'll be before Seth. Seth, you'll be after Sapling, and then we're gonna have all the NPCs after you guys. Players going first. So let me just put that out here. Do you mind, actually, Seth? Could you type a little faster than me? Would you mind typing up the initiative? I can just read them off for you, if you don't mind typing.
Sure.
Okay. So let me get back to the list of people here. So if you don't mind just saying, we'll start with upstairs. So upstairs initiative, we're going to have Sapling and then Seth. If I'm going too fast, let me know. We're going to have Oldcast, Felicity, the Archer, Byron, then Glassjaw 2, and Thrill. And then downstairs team's going to be really easy. In No Mic, you can totally just copy that exactly how it is and post it for the downstairs team because it's that order. And there we go. And then as for who controls who, I will I hope you guys have your list. You can kind of see it there. So then just when it comes to that character's turn, you know who you got. Okay. So, do we want to start with upstairs team or downstairs? I will actually let you guys choose, and then we'll just keep that order. Do you have a preference? Because so far, you guys haven't been noticed, so I'm giving you a bit of leeway in terms of the initiative.
I don't have a preference. I know
Okay.
dear.
Okay. Then how about let's do upstairs first, since we got them on first. Perfect. Got all that set. Cool. All right. So we'll start with upstairs team. So Sapling, you would be up first. You are currently I will say that you guys are still in the main foyer. You are not upstairs yet. And again, we're not quite in a turn order. This is more so just to keep a little bit of organization. So you are currently in the downstairs foyer. Do you want to just take you and your guys that are down there upstairs and just walk upstairs, or do you want to do it in any specific way?
I just like to go upstairs, but I'd like to be careful about it. Of course, of course.
Okay. Being a little sneaky.
A little sneaky.
Oh, sneaky. Go ahead and make me a stealth check.
Oh hell. That is a 6.
A 6. Okay. So you had recently gotten new shoes, new boots. And these were from Dickman. Naturally. Here's the thing: is you haven't really had the chance to use these things yet on stairs. You were told that it would help you with stairs, but you haven't really had the chance. So you kind of start to go up and like just full on smack your foot on that bottom step. And at this point, the loud noise outside has stopped. And so you kind of smack it, and it goes echoing through through the area. And some of the talking in the one area stops. Not upstairs, but like off to the left path. And you start to hear some footsteps approaching.
Oh no.
Do you want to have any of the people that are currently in upstairs team switch to downstairs in order to play a distraction? Or to do something else? Up to you how you solve that issue, but that is a suggestion.
This is hard because I don't have any like. Well, I'm magical.
Yeah.
But no one else on my team is. So
Byron
distractions
is
are a bit more of
magical
a.
as Felicity.
What'd you
Byron
say?
and Felicity are.
That's true. I'm having to
I have
try to
something.
sort through my brain whether I'm looking at upstairs team or my group of people.
Yeah. Essentially, the people you're in control of. Like, so you have something, Kelly.
Yes, I have something. I think Byron is going to use a 5th level spell to do seeming on the entire group to make them look like members of the Boundless Mossy Wood.
That's huge.
Oh.
That is so huge. Okay. So seeming is cast, and it can be cast on the whole group.
This spell allows you to change the appearance of any number of creatures that you can see within range.
Well, let me ask you, because at this point, the downstairs team hasn't started moving either. You want this done on everybody?
Yeah.
Shit.
Damn.
Okay. All right.
So they all have like the basic uniform. Sapling is still a centaur because you can't change the number of limbs. But generally, they're all the people that we've seen around.
Yeah. Okay. No, that works. So you change the appearance of everybody here, and you look as close as you can to people that you would have seen and that would look like they belong. Um, you do see, as one of the people from that left path does kind of come and looks and sees a group of you, and it's like, what are you doing?
We're just checking around, making sure nothing's up. There was that noise outside earlier. It was weird.
Make a deception check.
Oh man.
um, they're not super skeptical because so you don't get disadvantage, but they're just a little like, what are you doing?
I'm not good at lying, apparently. It's a 4.
They start to like really look all of you up and down, and are kind of like, I don't know. They're you can tell they're not believing you. Does anyone have anything they want to do? This person clearly is not buying it.
Ooh, I've been playing.
Their hands kind of move into their weapon, which is slung around their back, and they're moving slow, but it's easy to clock.
Is it just one guy?
Currently, it is just one guy. He came from an area with more people, but only one came to investigate.
One of the wizards is going to do you know what? We'll just do a classic charm
Charm person.
person.
Is there a save to that?
I believe it is a wisdom save, but it could be a charisma save.
Either way, I believe it's charisma. I believe that is a fail.
Yeah, I think it's
Oh, that 100% would be a fail. So the
Yeah.
guy immediately, like, his hand was moving to the weapon. He's really tense, and then he goes, "Oh, well, hey, I mean, thanks for checking. I mean, it saves us from having to do it. I feel better knowing that you guys are around."
Yeah, so have a great day.
You too. And then he just turns around and starts walking back. And goes, and then disappears around the corner. Okay. Well, there you go. So at this point, you guys are able to make your way upstairs. All of that to get upstairs. I love it. But you do still look like cats, so that's pretty cool. Well, for the most part, most of you look like cats. So all of you are able to make your way upstairs. Seth and Olakas are inside. What you can see when you get upstairs is, and I'll say Sapling, you're up there first. You see there is one of these guards that are kind of just standing in the middle of the hallway, peeking out of one of the windows. And then they kind of look in your direction once you get upstairs. Gives you a nod, but, just kind of like back to looking out the window. You can see, however, at the end of the hallway, Seth and Olakas just kind of standing, peeking around the other corner. This guard doesn't seem to be paying them any mind. He's kind of just, he hasn't seen them.
Byron's probably gonna relay the whole seeming thing to the Seth and the Olakas over mental speech.
Does he tell both of them separately or just one of them?
Probably both of them separately so that they don't have to talk.
Okay. So Seth, you hear in your head, in Byron's voice, basically, what would he say? We are the cats. We are the cats. Okay, there you go. Would you look, and then you kind of look over and you can see there is a very large group, except for one of them that is a centaur, just not Sapling. We are the cats. Okay. Well, there you go. They are the cats. At this point, what is upstairs group doing? You are all together now. The Seth and the Olicast maybe at the end of the hallway, but they are there technically. Um, so I'll say this. Um, what are you all actively wanting to do? There is a guard between you. How do you want to handle that guard? I guess we'll start there. What do we want to do about this guard?
Seth, destroy. No,
Totally could.
it's an
He hasn't
option.
seen you yet.
I think Olakas might have to do a thing in which
What's Olicast gonna do?
he's going to basically point down the hallway, show that there are 3 of the guards down there. Because Seth can't do that. He can't count.
That's fair. Okay. And so relaying to the rest of upstairs team, there are 3 guards down this hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Since Seth cannot do so.
So far, the only ones that you have actively seen is that there are 3 down that hallway and then 1 between you guys. You can hear more in another part of the house, a little bit further down away from the staircase that you entered in. But those are just the ones that you have actively acknowledged are there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What now?
I really think we should probably take care of that guard that's in between us.
Yeah. How do you want to do that? Who wants to take care of him? You can do some combos between some of the different characters that are up there.
Intriguing.
Combos. Yeah. Because again, we're not, until you guys get actively caught and people realize, oh shit, you're there. Until then, we're kind of going upstairs team, downstairs team, but not a strict initiative. You can kind of go in whatever order. But as soon as you guys get caught, enemies get added into the initiative, and then we go strict initiative. Right now, we're kind of a bit loose. So, what do you want to do to this guy?
I'm gonna do a fun thing with Felicity, I think.
Okay, with Felicity.
He'll walk up to the guy, and as he's talking to him, cast Fast Friends real fast.
Okay.
Do I get to voice Felicity?
You do get to voice Felicity if you wish, yes.
Fuck yeah. I believe the others were looking for you downstairs. They mentioned some sort of noise, and we're hoping you'd have seen something.
Okay, okay.
As he casts Fast Friends.
What does Fast Friends do?
When you cast a
Sick
spell, choose one
advantage.
humanoid within range that can see and hear you and understand you. Creature must make a Wisdom save or be charmed by you for the duration. While charmed this way, it undertakes to perform any services or activities you ask of it in a friendly manner to the best of its ability.
I will say that was a 17 on the die.
Yeah.
And so you go to cast that. Are they aware that you cast that if when it wears off or if they succeed? Are they aware?
Basically, when the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed.
But it says nothing about if
I'm
they
reading.
succeed.
I'm reading.
Okay.
I do not see anything that says that if it succeeds it knows. Just when the spell ends.
Then I'm gonna say probably not. But because I'll trust you on that. So he kind of furrows the brow and says, "I'll tell them later. I'm sure they'll be fine. I think we have more important things right now. Shouldn't you be down there checking it out? Olive, you? What are you doing up here anyway?"
We were sent up here to take your
Make a
just in the case
deception
of something
check.
happening.
Make a deception check.
That is a 19 on the dice.
Okay. Kind of slowly nods the head. Fine, you know what? I'm starving anyway. And tries to like squeeze past the large group, which he does kind of look at some of you and says, I don't think I know some of you. Are some of you new?
Yes, sir.
All right. And continues down, giving some of you an odd look on the way by, but goes back down. I mean, that was you succeeded, so why not?
Yay.
So you're upstairs now. There's no guard between you. Do you get over to where Seth and Olakas are?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, you are all there, and not all of you can fit at the corner to peek around, but the ones of you that can like look around and see. I think at this point I want to go down to downstairs group. So downstairs group in Chiron, you are down there. Of course, there are. Don't forget, Seth, you control some of the people down there. Sapling, you control some of the people down there, so you can do things. But you guys want to go down the right path. So you start to head down that way, and you're looking for an entrance to the basement. On this right path, immediately you can see that it leads toward a kitchen area that then, if you were to continue down the hall and kind of loop around a bit, it would eventually take you back to the left area where there's a mess hall. So sort of kitchen over here, mess over there. So going toward the kitchen, it looks like there are a couple members of the group that are in the kitchen actively cooking, and one of them looks over at you. He's like, just go, we're gonna bring food soon, just to have some patience. But go ahead and first just make me a perception check.
Okay. Ooh, natural 20 for a total of 5.
Okay. You start to look around, and while you don't see a specific door that's like gives you the idea of, okay, that probably leads down to a basement, you do see that there's a spice rack in front of like a slightly discolored section of wall. And this would be within the kitchen itself. So there are 2 people in there from this group. And then there is this sort of it's not even like a spice rack. It's like a whole like pantry rack sort of thing with some food and spices and a couple like sacks on it.
Oh, do you mind if we go downstairs for a bit? I know it's a hassle moving all of that.
Kind of look over to you and is like, why do you need to go down there?
A routine check.
Kind of looks over the group, the 8 or 9 of you? 9. And it's
Yeah,
kinda
9.
like, yeah, kind of looking over you and is like, who sent you? Which who wanted you to go check? You don't know names.
I don't know names. I'm gonna look to one of the ones that is a cat, because they're the ones who might actually know the name.
Yeah.
Everyone's a cat.
Yeah. You look
Yeah.
between them. Oh no, they're all
Yeah.
cats.
The one that's vaguely the height of...
The one who you recognize as having been a cat before.
Okay. I have to ask here because this is something I might have missed. Did you already have a name for this person? Because I have one, but did you already have a name for this person that you would prefer I use?
For who?
For whoever the leader of this group might be.
Of the Boundless Mossy Wood?
Correct. Did you already have a name for them somewhere?
No, I haven't named any of them.
Okay, that's all right. I wanted to make sure you didn't already have one. That way I didn't use a name and you go, who the fuck is that? That's not right. Okay, perfect. That works. So you kind of look behind you, kind of glance, and one of the others with you steps forward, looking to them and says, sorry, I'm grabbing the name here. Okay. And they say, faint bird within the boundless mossy wood. And they kind of go, oh, okay. Well, I mean, if they sent you, sure. Do you know how to get down there? I assume.
I haven't been there in a while. It's complicated.
Make a deception check.
Oh, man. Pappy isn't great at lying.
No.
But he's okay at it. That's a 19.
Okay. And so, kind of nods, walks over, and is like, all right. And just lifts kind of lifts one of the shelves that doesn't have anything, which you can now see as it's lifted was actually sort of a latch holding it to the wall, and then just slides that section out. It doesn't seem to be very heavy. Yeah. Okay. Ah, yes. And then you all start to head down. Do you leave any people upstairs, or do you all take everybody from the downstairs group down?
I think we'll take everybody from the downstairs group down.
Okay.
Even if there's, like, something, we can post people at the bottom of the stairs, because that's easier to hold.
True. The first thing you see as you get downstairs is dried blood coating parts of the ground. You also get hit with the very, very intense, pungent smell of rot. It's not just the metallic scent of blood. It is the scent of rotting carcasses. It is that sickly sweet scent. It's overpowering, frankly. And you definitely hear a couple people behind you start to kind of gag, similar to how it was in the cart. And I think we're going to go ahead and take a break, and then we will come back with that in a moment.
Terrible.
And we back. So, I am excited because I actually have a thing ready and waiting for this that we're going to be doing. So, back to where we were. So, some of you going downstairs into, or even further downstairs into the basement. And the rest of you kind of lying in wait. At this point, you all are in separate place. You're kind of in your two different groups, but what I want to know from you is, for upstairs group, what is your current plan? Are you going to be making your way toward that room with the guards? Is that kind of like your goal currently?
Probably.
Okay. And then for downstairs group, you guys are down in the basement. I'll describe what you see here in a minute. That'll be kind of you guys progressing through there. For upstairs group, you have the 3 guards that you can see down at the end of the hall. That is visibly what you see. What do you want to do at this point? You're being careful enough. They have not taken notice of you, and you do also. Most of you look like cats, so it would be somewhat okay if they did. What are you doing?
I think at least some of cat group should go closer and try to strike up conversation. But I don't
Okay.
know which parts of cat group, because there's a lot of us, and we should probably not send all of them.
Can agree. Who do you want to send? You do have a list of people.
I feel like we could send our actual cat because he might be the most well equipped to deal with this. Not alone, obviously, but as part of.
I
Mhm.
definitely can agree that actual cat should be part of the group going in.
Okay, so send Thrill, and then who else do you want to send? Do you want to send Felicity with?
He'd be useful if things went down.
It sounds like a good idea.
Send Felicity?
She's
Felicity and Thrill?
talky.
Felicity's not talky. Oh god, he's not talky.
He's magical.
He's that. Sure.
Okay. Is there anyone else you do want to send?
I feel like we should send one of the 2 of us, but like also Seth's not cat, so
And Sethling's
neither
also
are
not
you.
cat.
Yeah. So
I am at least disguised, so they won't remember my face or know my face if things go awry.
True.
Mm-hmm.
And I have the uniform, I think.
You do.
You do have the uniform. You are disguised mostly, like you just still are a centaur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So probably.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just probably.
Louise. Oh, okay. So you guys are in control of this completely, but do you want if I had a suggestion, do you want that, or do you want to entirely do this yourself? Because I do not want
to take suggestions, but that's
yeah,
also up to you.
Yeah.
You are okay with suggestions from the NPCs. Okay. We'll say Thrill. Or actually I'll say this makes sense. Olakas would probably say something like this, kind of dragging those of you aside who were going to be going down there. And he says, you could take I or Seth and act as if you caught one of us. That you're taking him to the
That's a good idea.
boss.
You
Seth.
take Seth.
Take Seth. Okay. So it'll be Seth, Felicity, Thrill, and sorry, was there anyone else?
I believe it was Sapling.
Sapling.
And Sapling as well. Okay. So the both of you. Thrill and Felicity. Okay. So at this point, everybody else kind of steps back away from the corner and tries to look somewhat casual. Taking positions like at the different windows. I'll say one of the people, probably the archer, strings his bow along his back and then kind of peeks out and grabs that weapon off the balcony and then positions himself to look like he's guarding. And at this point, then you guys start walking toward the group of three. The one at this point has closed the door and is standing with the other two, chatting with them quietly. But as you get closer, they all kind of stop and turn in your direction and say, "What's this?"
We got a prisoner. We want to bring him to the boss.
Where did you find this prisoner?
Found him in the city.
I'm sorry, say again?
Found him in the city.
In the city. All right. Has he seen anything? Has he seen anything of our operation, or did you bring him straight here?
Straight here. He actually just woke up. Unfortunately.
I'd like you to make a deception check. He is going to attempt to see through that, and he's kind of looking Seth up and down as well. Seth, are you attempting to aid in any way by making yourself look any certain way? What are you doing?
He like has one of his eyes half closed, looking like he got beat shit-ish. He always looks like he's beat to shit currently,
That's
but
fair.
also acting a bit out of it, groggy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20 from space.
20 from
Nice.
space. Guy kind of nods a little bit. Boss might like this one. That arm will fetch a good price. But the rest of it, I don't know how much it'll really be worth.
Exactly. You don't know. So if you don't mind.
He chuckles a little bit and steps out of the way and motions with like a grand gesture towards the door, which one of the other two do push the door inwards for you and then motions you inside.
Yippee!
Okay. When you enter the room, it is a completely blank room. On the other side of the wall is a mirror. You see a mirror on the other side of the wall. And in the mirror, you see a face attached to a torso. It's like you're looking at someone through a window. And this is you, I don't think you ever would have seen this person before, but Thrill does tense visibly, so you're guessing this is probably the person whose name was mentioned. And this person says, "What do you have here? Something for me?"
Yes.
Well, are they conscious enough to speak?
I'm gonna kind of shake him. I imagine I'm holding the fish because I'm very big.
I would imagine, yeah.
We can pretend I'm strong.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you can pretend you're strong. Fish is small.
So he looks to you through this mirror and says, "Do you speak?"
Who doesn't?
You'd be surprised. We can fix that though. What is your worth?
What does that mean?
Um, what do you do? What do you do? Like, what is your life? Are you a farmer? Are you a cobbler? Are you a soldier? A freak show? What are you?
I, uh, don't do any of that.
Wonderful. What do you do?
No.
Uh, Soldier. And looking to you, Sapling. What is your name?
Uh, Zephyr.
Could you do me a favor and set the person down, or let them go?
I will hesitantly do this.
And he's going to look over towards Thrill, and say, "All right, could you hold this one?" Pointing towards Seth. Thrill kind of hesitantly, but playing along, goes over and kind of just, Seth, you're not being held very tightly, but does like hold you, making a kind of a show of it, and then looks back toward Zephyr. Could you punch him across the face? Complete silence. This is looking toward Sapling, who has identified themselves as Zephyr.
Damn.
Yeah,
I mean,
your disguise is the
I
enemy.
guess
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to make it look harder than I actually punch.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to make a performance check. Instead of a roll to hit, I want you to make a performance check. You are putting on a show of this.
Oh. Well, I have good charisma, so let's see.
And Seth, I'm assuming you were letting this happen?
Yeah,
At-
he's not gonna fight it. He's
okay.
been punched by worse. I mean, fuck,
Yeah.
I'll lick ass.
Yeah.
No offense to
13.
Sapling.
A 13?
Yeah, we don't have to tell people about this.
No. Through the mirror, you hear, "Oh, come on, you can do so much better than that. Is our training that bad nowadays? Come on, again." Seth, you do take a point of bludgeoning.
Oh no, point of bludgeoning.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not bad, but it's a point. Are you gonna do it again?
Why am I being such a pussy? It's not like this is Sapling. What do I care? Sure.
Yeah, what do you care? Come on.
This is Seth. He can take it.
Yeah, it's Seth. Out of
Yeah.
everyone to do this to, Seth's the one to do it.
Listen, it's not Peepaw. He'll be
Uh-huh.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it again.
Okay, gonna do it again. I do need another performance check if you're trying to pull. If you're trying to make a show of it. If not, then we'll just say it happens. If you're just full on doing it.
I'm holding back less, but still,
I will say
you
roll
know.
another performance, but the DC is lower.
Okay. That one is. I can count. That one is a 17.
17. Okay. So you you pull back a bit less this time, and so it solidly impacts with a bit of noise to it, and you hear the hands kind of clap together, and he says, "Good. Now I'm going to ask again. What do you do?" It's a very important question, but a very simple one.
Why is it important?
You answer first. We'll trade questions. Trade answers.
I'm assuming it's because you want to try to sell me. I'm kind of useless.
No, no, we don't want to sell you. That's not what I do. Not with everybody. Of course, you have to make money here and there, so you have to sell a little bit, but that's not what I'm in the business of right now. Please answer the question. What do you do?
Seth, how are you at lying? Not bad, but not great. I'm trying to think of something he can say. Fuck, I'm bad at
Uh-huh.
this.
Uh-huh.
Fuck, it's Seth, though. He wouldn't. He's blunt as shit. Monk.
Monk. Strong of will, strong of body. Strong of mind. Usually. You will fetch a very, very good price. But I think I need to clarify a bit. No, I'm not going to sell you. That is not the kind of price I'm talking about. But that's not for you to worry about. Zephyr, please escort him downstairs. Into the basement.
I'm
I'll
gonna
be
take
waiting.
him away.
And
Oh no!
he does say, "I'll be waiting." So, okay. So, you start to go. Outside the door, the person who'd let you in, kind of like dramatically swept toward the door, looks at you and goes, "Taking him downstairs?"
Nod.
Okay. Cool. The other entrance outside is probably locked, given the commotion outside. So just head down toward the kitchen on the left, behind the spice rack. That's where the other entrance is.
Thank you.
Gives a nod and lets you go. You walked back toward the rest of the group.
Yep.
Okay. Seth, by the way, you would have taken a second point of bludgeoning after that other hit, so you lost 2 health so far. So you guys get back to the group, and Seth has like a little bit of like a red blemish on the one, like, opposite side of his face. Olakas kind of looks over at Peepaw. Is over at
Peepaw?
Chiron. Yeah, Peepaw.
And Chiron's not with us.
Chiron's not there. You're right.
Yeah, he's
It
downstairs.
looks over at Sapling and it's just kind of like, "Are you both fine?"
Yeah. Are you fine?
I'm great. Apparently, I'm not useless or worthless. He said he'd be waiting, so we're going down too, right? The others should already be there. If things didn't go wrong.
Yeah. Guess we'll find out.
Should some of them still stick around up here just in case?
Maybe? Not sure if there's anything else really to be done up here. But
I mean, I think someone should stick around at least so no one goes and checks the balcony.
fair.
And if that guy wakes up, no, he shouldn't. Well, if someone goes out there, that'd be a problem. So,
Well, you ain't fucking waking up.
He's gone.
Olagas is gonna kind of look at you and go, I think someone should stay. However, it could be beneficial to have some people go through and pick off the rest of the people upstairs. Perhaps clear the building while you all go save who's downstairs. Then we can cover your retreat.
Yeah. That's reasonable.
So, here's what. Yes?
I'm trying to find the list. Hold on.
I was about to go to the list, and I was going to say, I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people that were an upstairs team. 6 not counting you guys. You two. How many do you want to leave upstairs?
I think for sure we should leave Olakas.
Can I also make a specification here? All of downstairs team went into the basement. So I'm converting upstairs team into sort of just house team.
Everywhere.
Who are you leaving in the house, considering upstairs and downstairs? Who do you want to leave to clear the building?
Okay. Again, I think Olakas, Felicity. I want to vote Byron would be useful for that too.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Maybe the Archer.
Leave the Archer.
And then take Thrill and Glassjaw too with us.
Okay. So as of right now,
what do you think?
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay. So the only people going down into the basement with you guys is Glassjaw 2 and Thrill. Everyone else is staying in the house. So essentially everyone now that's going downstairs has been converted to downstairs team. Hell yeah. There we go. All right. Yay. So at this point, Olakas and them kind of start to game plan about how they're going to go about clearing the house. Getting some plan together, and also discussing how they're not going to burn the place down. Wonder why that's a concern. But okay. So you guys make your way downstairs. While that's all happening, in Chiron, the smell is pungent. It hits you almost immediately, but it's so bad by the time you get to the bottom of the steps. It's gag worthy. At that point, the one of the mages kind of reaches into their spice pouch and pulls out some like crumpled spices and like mint and stuff, wads it into like a piece of cloth and shoves it in their nose and like offers it to everyone else and is like, do you want? Because it blocks out the smell. But yeah.
I'm trying to pull up a cantrip and see if it will do anything for me. The wiki's being annoying. Okay.
That's fair.
Yes, please. I'm going to put some stuff in my little handkerchief and hold it up to my face.
Okay. Perfect. And so everybody kind of gets that taken care of, so you can at least continue. You see that there is before you a room. It's not even red. You know, it would be kind of almost normalized in a way if it was just all red, because that's what you expect. But no, it's there's brown, there's black, there's congealed and dried blood everywhere. There are tools coated in it that have never been cleaned. There are cages on the one side of the room that currently there's no one in. but at one point there was. There is some fresh blood, and a good amount of it. It looks like there was a massacre in here recently. Could have been what those packages were. But you also note something. There was, on the far side of the room, there is a hole in the wall that seems to lead further down. It looks like the wall was busted out, the brick moved, and it leads further down. You kind of start to get flashbacks to the other place of this group that you'd found in Norfolk, a place under the basement. And it looks like some of the blood streaks lead, actually most of them, lead down that hole.
Are there any people here?
Currently, no. There's nobody currently there. I will say one thing, though. There are more of those weapons stacked against one of the walls, a bit covered in blood. They look like they were kind of sat down in a hurry, and kind of thrown to the ground to do something. There is also a few powder barrels, like black powder, along with a handful of like improvised explosives.
I am uncertain if sapling means to blow this place up, but you know, I'm not the type to rig an explosive. If someone else wants to rig an explosive, I'm gonna. If the glass jar guy wants to rig an explosive, he can definitely do that.
Guy kind of looks at it and goes, maybe. Maybe.
I will pass. Well, I will try not to touch too much on the weapons, and I'm gonna, because they're like powerful magic weapons, right?
They're something. That is your guess, yes.
Oh, be careful with this, and I'm gonna pass one each to our like sword wielding grunt people.
Okay.
And guard the door. Just make sure that anyone who comes down is our guy. Try not to be too suspicious about it.
They nod and grab a weapon each. And then they take up positions by the door. At that point, what are you doing? Where Seth and them are not currently, they have not actively arrived.
Yeah.
They're still heading down, but I'll let you know when they do. What do you do next?
I think if there's no people here, we're looking for the people, so I feel like we're going to continue.
Okay. Continuing forward. Okay. Continuing forward. You guys start to walk down this little path, and you kind of, it gets pretty tight to the point where eventually you have to walk single file. It's a tall enough space, but it's very narrow. And it's held up very precariously in places by beams and things that don't look entirely stable. But they are standing for now. Once you guys get through, let me go ahead and share something.
Yeah, if you need a marching order, all I figured out is that Kian's in the front and the other monk is in the back.
Okay. What you do eventually pop out onto, and hopefully this shares okay, you'll have to tell me if there's any issue with it. Let me know if you can see everything okay.
Ooh, I can.
You eventually pop out into a small mine shaft. It widens actually quite a bit, which I can kind of show you here with one of the minis. We'll use you. I'm not going to put a mini down for every single person because that would be a lot. But that is roughly the size. It opens up a lot into this space. There we go. And so you can see, like, you could fit multiple people, and so people start to kind of spread out along the track. It extends in this direction and then extends this way and then curves around, but you can see that there's an opening, and you can see that there's light and other things past it.
Is there any sound coming from anywhere?
There is the sound of chains rattling, the sound of people crying out in pain, the sounds of shouting, people yelling.
All right, this is what we're here for. Be careful, everyone. Let's go.
You're being slow and stealthy here?
Trying to be. I don't like
Okay.
my chances, but
Go ahead and make a stealth check. And at this point, the rest of you, Seth, Sapling, all of you, you are making your way
so sad.
down into the basement, and you're pointed towards where the rest of them went by the two that were left stationed, standing guard. So you are allowed to continue forward.
Underground 20.
Underground 20. Okay.
By the way, I said so sad because the first roll was a natural 20, but I have disadvantage on stealth checks.
Yes, you do. Do you mind rolling a flat roll for everyone else that's with you?
Oh, sure, yeah. 14.
14. Okay. That's good. And since Sapling and Seth, you are getting there as well, this is, as you're starting to move, you can kind of see them coming up behind you. Seth, Sapling, you'd be able to see they're being a little careful here. Do you also want to start stealthing?
I don't think we need to be honest, because
Don't
they're
think so?
expecting us.
Actually, yeah. Us
They're
two, we don't
expecting
really.
the two of us to come down.
Okay.
So I don't see the point in stealthing.
Okay. So the rest of you kind of being a little sneaky about it, and then at least a couple of you continuing brazenly forward. Let me go ahead and get your minis out. That is an alarm.
Yeah. I do think, however, we should at least keep up the act that Sapling is bringing Seth down.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least until we know what the fuck we're getting into.
Put you there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of not knowing what the fuck we're getting into, I'm just gonna I'll just because they're stealthing and they're trying to be quiet. I'll just telepathically mention to people, like, vaguely the situation. We're gonna leave out the punching. He doesn't need to know about that. But you know, I'm
Yeah.
taking your son.
Yes, I'm going to message back about, hey, there's explosive upstairs if you want to blow this place up.
Yeah.
But in an Chiron way.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna say, in a minute.
In a minute. Okay.
In a minute.
So what I'll do is I'm not going to move these minis every single inch that I need to. What I'm going to do is kind of just move the camera where you guys currently are, and then I'll move you when I need to. So you guys kind of you start going in there? In through the opening?
You.
Sapling ducks.
Sapling, yeah, he has to duck a little bit. So what you can see, and I'll zoom out a little bit, I'm trying not to spoil too much. It's the only problem with a map like this without fog of war. So you have sort of an encampment. You look to your left, you see that there's a water pathway that seems to continue forward. A little wash basin, looks like some stuff like that. You do see some like bloody rags and whatnot that seem to be getting washed off currently. To the right, you have a small camp, complete with bedrolls and all of that. And you can just past it see this little red area here, red kind of cordon off area, though you can't see what's exactly in it from where you are. I'll say that up here, where my cursor is, instead of these bedrolls, you do actually have cages up here. And you do see that there are people in them. There are some empty ones, but there are cats and non-cats in them. And I will actually say here, you do recognize one of them that are in it. Just at a glance. I will say that the person in there, if I can scroll here, I'll pick one at random here. How about Cloud Jumper? We like
Oh
cloud.
no!
How's that sound?
Not leaps over clouds.
Not leaps over clouds.
Oh no!
Looks a bit malnourished. But at this point, you see them. They are in one of the furthest cages from you, over here. But let me go ahead and I will move you in here at this point. So, nope, not the rock. Don't move the the mini, not the rock. Jesus. Okay. So the two of you, where are you headed? You don't see actively, there's no one directly around you. However, you do see there's a few people scattered here and there throughout the area. Do you want to go up and ask one of them where where Seth should be taken, or do you want to just go somewhere? Because you don't really know where you're supposed to take him. You're told to take him downstairs, kind of expected to know where to take him. What would you like to do?
I think I'll probably ask someone.
Okay. So you approach somebody and are like, hey, what do you say?
I'm going to say
What I learned in boating school is...
newbie here was told by Boss Man to bring this one down. Where exactly is he meant to go?
They kind of snicker a little bit and are just like, take him over to the empty cage in the middle there. Here, I'll come shut him in.
Oh no! Oh no!
And I'll grab a few things here so I can actually show you where monsters are. What do you do at that point, though? Because that was not in the play. Here, we'll say this is the person you're talking to here. Cages are over there, and there's like a couple people there. Yeah, there's like, well, you can't see in there, so I won't put one there. I'll put one. Maybe I would like to put you there. I guess you're going there. Dude over here. Dude over here. Nope, here. There we go. All right, we got a few guys down. I think that makes sense. Yeah, we'll put one more right here. There we go. So yeah, this guy right here, he's like, yeah, sure, I'll do that for you. Yeah. Let's go this way, guys. Do.
Okay. I'm gonna follow, but I'm going to I'm gonna tell Seth in his brain cells to what word am I looking for? To break free and eat this guy. And if he does, I will let him and pretend I'm not letting him. Oh no, don't do that. Oh no.
Hold on, I'm doing this on purpose. I need to make room for the minis, but also I need to make room for the cage. Where the fuck are the cages? Where are you at? Cage. God, there's so much shit. I love it, but there's so much shit.
Would it be a type of wall?
No, it's an actual like item you can put down. Storage? Are cages counted as storage?
Small
I
ones.
mean,
it's people storage. Here, what bird cages? Oh, that's a little small. Never mind. Dungeon. Come on, it's got to be in dungeon, right? Yeah, cage.
Yeah,
There we go. People storage. Yeah, true. Here, we'll put like there. I'm trying to make it somewhat accurate to what you guys actually see. There you go. I gotta move this one because that leads somewhere. There we go. Okay, so this guy starts walking over there, and you want Seth to break free. Now, I do want to ask, in Chiron and Co., would you have been trying to make your way in here as well, or would you have waited
Yeah,
for something?
probably.
Where would you have wanted to go? Now,
Hmm.
keeping in
Well-
mind there's a guy over here, and there's guys. So where would you try to get? Because you could wait till
Oh.
this guy's turned around and then like go somewhere.
Yeah, I would probably, after that guy's turned around, try to get, like, behind that pillar in that little hallway, like, to there and to the right.
Like over
Like,
here?
with the group. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll say, because actually
Like,
this
we
guy.
can be...
Oh,
Yeah,
let me
we can
delete
be
him.
tucked away.
He is not there. He's actually somewhere else.
I'm
gonna-
I'm on top.
You don't fit anywhere, apparently. Here, I'll put you right here, and then you guys kind of fill in this space.
Yeah.
Just out of sight from these guys.
Waiting to jump them
Yeah.
when the time is right.
Yeah. Okay. And so you're kind of waiting, and you tell Seth to get him, right? Tell Seth to get this guy. Okay.
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
Seth, get him.
You didn't have to tell him to
Bob?
do that. Because I rolled for a sanity. He ain't great. He's pretty rough. That dude was gonna get attacked one way or another.
Okay.
Creases, Jordan.
No, don't fall off my desk. Fuck you. Ooh. You think whack as fuck.
We should kill them.
I'm trying to find my plus. Hold on. I'm blind. And moving my shit around has made it worse because they're slightly further away from my face. Just one of these.
Cat. This is not a cat. This is an owl, but close enough.
It's 23 to hit, and he's biting him, by the way.
God,
So it's
yeah,
gonna
that-
be acid damage.
Yeah, that's enough.
Cool.
So you just rush forward, you go, ah, and just bite this guy. Can't really put you by him, so you gotta stay by sapling. Oh, no, there you go. There you go. Ah!
Ooh.
Ooh.
What's my plus to that?
Theft to shark.
So-
How fucking huge Knowles were. I mean, he's floating a little bit, but not by much.
Yeah.
Just fucking
It's
huge.
10 acid.
Okay, well,
Which is the
you
max that he can do.
you bite this fucking guy, and it doesn't seem that the guys down here have those strange weapons. At least not the ones that you actively see. These are mostly like swords and things, though their armor is still that like strange cobbled together amalgamation. And when you bite, it's actually really interesting. You bite down, and there's this brief moment of like resistance when you bite. Like there's this shell, this barrier that you break through, and then you bite down. And the acid burns, and it hurts, and they cry out and turn to you in your direction immediately, and are just like, they actually kind of look over toward Sapling and are like, what the fuck, were you not holding this guy? At this point,
Oh no, it must have slipped.
Oh,
He's very
no.
strong.
Oh no.
He's so strong. Such a strong little guy.
At this point, we're gonna go ahead and go into initiative. Now we had initiative before with like upstairs and down. At this point, this is just down. So could we go ahead and roll that again? I want to roll a new initiative, and we're actually going to put it in
Ooh.
order this time. Also, I will ask that you roll for those that you're in control of that are still down here. So we have a list of who's down here. If you could roll for them as well.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll for the enemies.
I'll just roll for the mages in a chunk.
That works for me. Yeah, doing them in a chunk.
I'm just gonna do Serenity. Oh my god, I can't say
Yeah.
his name.
If you want to chunk him, that's fine. Like I have no qualms about that. Like the glass jaws too, if you wanted to chunk them as well. Oh god. Oh no. I gotta see how many enemies there are here. So 1, 2, 3.
They're a bit scared.
5. Yes.
Who had control of the class jaws? Because like I know we all split them. Fuck. Who?
I
don't know.
believe my bestie has control of.
Oh, the two that are down.
I
there
have
are
main and
just-
one.
Yep.
Main
Which are
guy's
the
still
two that are down
here.
there?
Main is still here, and 1 is still here as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, 2 is the one that got set on guard duty. So
Yeah.
It's looking like we all ended up with 2 extra people, I think. No, because Seedling's also down there.
Oh, right.
And so's 2. You have a lot, I'm sorry.
I mean, if you guys want to redo who has who, that's fine. But if you want to keep it as...
should, because Harley ended up with most of them.
Well, here's the question.
yeah, I was thinking
Please
over
do.
it, and I'm like, man,
I was like
Harley
looking
has a
over and
lot
I'm
of
like,
people.
Who has the least and then Harley has the most? Who is the least currently?
I have
'Cause then-
3.
3.
Me
And how
and
many-
Kelly are tied. With
Okay.
How many we had?
You can each. Do you each want a glass jaw?
There you go.
Sure, we'll each take a glass jaw.
A standard, yeah, glass jaw, and yeah, that'll
I'll take
work.
2. Wait, no, 2's gone.
Uh,
So it's
I'll
either main
take-
or 1.
I'll take the main one.
I have a question
guess.
actually.
I'll take 1 then.
You said that you left some sword guys in the previous room. Those were the
Yeah.
glass jaws, were they not?
No, that was 1 glass jaw and 1 cat. I just called
Oh.
them both standard grunts.
Oh, I thought one of the glass
Uh,
jaws, the other glass jaw was upstairs. The
there
one-
was.
the glass jaw was
we
upstairs.
have 3 glass jaws.
We had 3 glass jaws.
Yeah,
Yeah.
two
Main
down
glass
here,
jaw
one was
staying with
upstairs.
us,
Yeah.
and then they brought their glass jaw with them. So we have 2 down here
Nope.
now.
No, we didn't.
No, because the one glass jaw got left upstairs, and then
There's
one
2
got
down
left,
here, the main
and then one of the
yeah.
cats and one of the glass jaws got left in the basement. And then now
Right.
there should only be one glass jaw left, the main guy with the group. So
And the cat.
so currently
the
you
cat
guys
stayed
brought
behind,
your
so-
you guys brought your glass jaw and your
Mm-mm.
cat, didn't you?
I'm going off
They
of
stayed
what you
upstairs.
guys sent in the
Well,
chat. What you sent in the chat
we-
to me.
In the no mic chat.
In the no mic chat. It's the
We
very
had
last
one
thing put in
glass
there.
jaw upstairs, and we left him upstairs. The other
Oh,
two were down
okay.
here the whole
Got
time.
it.
So one of them is guarding the door, and then I think Spear is
We-
guarding the door.
Yeah, Spear is guarding the door with glass jaw 1. So
Yeah.
And everyone
so we
else
have,
is.
So we have Thrill still. We have
Yeah.
Seedling.
Uh-huh.
I'll take Thrill.
Okay.
I can be
I mean-
main glass jaw for you.
That works. Whatever works for you guys, and then just go ahead and send the initiatives. It's
Okay.
and then I'm rolling for the enemies real quick. There are
I need you wizard spell
6
list.
of them. Oh god, I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm very confused as to who I have.
Yeah, I think let's. Okay, Danny, who do you have?
Saren, I still can't say his name for some reason. The one with the K, my monk. And Thrill.
Ian?
Kian, thank you.
You've said that a few
Shut up.
times, so I was confused.
I don't know why.
okay.
I was struggling to say it for the last like 5-10
Okay.
minutes.
Saren, Kian, Seth, and you've taken Thrill.
Correct.
Okay. And then Kelly, who do you have?
And Chiron, the mages, and the glass jaw that we still have.
Okay. So then whoever's left would be
So I only
Uh,
have Sapling and Seedling then.
Oh,
oh boy.
you can have your glass jaw back. There. I'll stay with the mages because that
There you
puts
go.
all the burden of spell list on me.
That works.
We did it.
We did it. We did it. Okay. So then Sapling, if you could roll for those guys that you have then. So for Sapling,
you-
Seedling, and Glassjaw. And then I'm typing up that thing. I will be real with you. 3 of these guys got nat 20s on their initiative. However, so did
Nice.
Seth. So did Seth, but Seth goes first.
Screw this dude.
Not that it matters that much, but which glass jaw do I have?
Main.
The main one.
The
That's the only
main.
one that's down
Okay.
here.
Yeah. It does matter a little bit because while he can do sword things, I'll let you get a little creative if you have like some fun ideas for items, like little things you think you might have, like explosives. Sure. Get creative.
Heck yeah.
I just get to be like, I punch people multiple times. I'm gonna forget whose turn I'm on because they all just punch people.
Yeah. I mean, I'll announce it, like who, like which turn you're on, so don't worry, it shouldn't be all that confusing.
Well, I expect as much, but like, I was mostly just making a joke because I'm playing 3 monks right now.
Yeah.
And a cat.
Yeah.
I don't know what the cat does. So. Cat.
Okay, and then okay, I gotta make sure I got everyone here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, no, that's everybody. And then I just gotta add in the couple last enemies here. Okay, hopefully that is cohesive and makes sense. BMW stands for Boundless Mossy Wood, and then they're just numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's kind of funny. No, it is not the car company. So I will say number 1, by the way. Number 1 is the one that Seth is currently engaged with. As for the others, I can kind of just tell you who's who if you want to attack them, but you can also see them on the fancy schmancy map. So
There's
Seth, you're up first.
Okay. Cool.
I'm gonna adjust this so that we can see you a little better. You are surrounded.
Nah, I don't care. Seth does not care. So, he just bit this dude, right?
Yep, you bit this one right here. Looking at you mad.
He goes in for 1 punch, then he's gonna go to claw with the other, because, you know.
Uh-huh.
So for the punch, it's 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
It's more than that for the claw,
Okay.
with an 18 on the dice. So it's 2 more than that. I have to find the damage. I'm gonna choose to use fire damage for the prosthetic arm. So fuck him, I guess. Where's my dice?
Toasty.
That one. Okay. Ow. It's 8 fire and 9 piercing.
Okay. Okay.
Between the 2 attacks.
Okay.
And
Respectable.
I need to scroll all the way fucking down to my monk shit.
Yep. Don't monk shit.
We're gonna spend a key point and patient defense, so dodge action as a bonus action.
Okay. Okay. Remind me if I forget. Make
do.
sure I do not forget. I mean, they're up next, but still. That's your turn.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Well, he is going to go for an attack, but he's going to first, with the bonus action, you're gonna watch these out of the weird bits of armor, this metallic plate that covers certain parts of the body. You're going to see these cylinders raise out and then slam back in with a hiss, and you're going to see them sort of start to twitch a bit and convulse. And then they're gonna go and just fucking punch you. um
I know where you got that from.
I don't think you do, because this is something very old. This is something I designed years ago.
So we're saying that Arcane totally stole it from you.
No, it's just no, but I hadn't seen Arcane when I came up with this. Does a natural 20 hit?
Of course.
Fuck.
Table.
Hey, could you? Yeah, do you mind just rolling that D100 for me?
Wait,
While I roll
with
damage.
disadvantage?
See, this is why I remind me. You're right. Don't roll the
Dodge
D100.
action.
Dodge action. That's a 19 on the die. It still hits.
Okay, it still hits, but it's not a critical.
But it's not a critical. It's not a critical. So that's
I have something for that, but
good. That's good. Yeah, I'm glad you did.
I have something for the critical, but
yeah,
not a critical.
Correct. However, because of what they just did, that adds an extra damage die. Which would effectively be a crit if we use the normal crit rules. However, we don't, so it doesn't. It's different, which is good, because otherwise that wouldn't have mattered. So that's going to be... I gotta do math.
Screw the normal crit rules. They're boring.
I agree. We like big numbers here. So that is going to be...
tormenting Connor with math.
Yes. It's going to be 10 bludgeoning damage. However, then you see that... Because you'd seen their body physically swell for a minute, as if when they breathed, it was swelling their muscles and everything, and when they hit, that seems to deflate. And they do seem a bit weaker for the moment. They got a heavy hit in, but then they are weakened for a moment. So that is going to be their turn. Next is going to be over to the second guy, who is this one right here behind you. They're going to move to position themselves to get flanking, which would mean that it's a flat roll. Yeah. Let's see. 24 to hit.
Now.
This one is going to be with a... I'll say it's like a hand axe. So I actually need this. Damn. 4. That was a bad roll. 4 slashing damage.
Cool.
Yeah. He rolled low. He is going to... No, that'll be it. And then the last guy here is actually going to... He's going to go this way. And he's going to kind of start to go toward this tent. He actually would be able to get inside, and then he is out of line of sight of you.
Bastard.
Okay. At that point, who is over to next? Oh, wrong page. Now it's over to Sapling, and then Thrill will be up next.
Hurrah.
So you are right here.
Yay. Let me actually look with my eyes.
Shit. I may have changed your size. Let me fix that. There we go.
Oh,
You always
oh,
change
no.
sapling size.
I do. Where'd it go? Where did sapling go?
Peekaboo.
Okay.
Okay. So that one engaged with Seth probably ain't looking so good.
Yeah, the one right in front of him he's looking slightly fatigued from what he just did, and then he also has been hit, and the guy behind him looks fine.
All right. Well, it's good to get things out of the way before you move on to other things, if I can speak, which I can't. So I am, as hesitant as I am to cast spells in front of my family, they got Big Mama up in a cage, and I don't like that. So I am going to hit him with the Wombo combo. We're going to hex this dying man so we can finish him off quickly. Let's do dexterity as per usual. And gonna blast
Okay.
against my better judgment. Ooh. All right. One of those is going to be a 17 to hit.
17. That'll hit.
Yeah, and the other one, I'm not so sure about the other one. It might not hit. It's a natural 20 for the 28.
So
I don't know
that
about
one, table.
I don't know if about it hitting, but I know you need to roll on a table for that. That I know for sure.
Yay. Let's... Which one of you fuckers is a 10?
A 10? Couldn't even find the fucking table.
I was looking for my dice.
Oh. Yeah, I couldn't even find the thing.
I'm rolling a D100, right?
Yeah, D100.
Okay, 34.
34. He becomes frightened. And then we'll see if that matters.
Frankly.
We'll see if that matters if he's still alive.
Yeah.
The hex
Then let
damage
me
on
double
the
check.
crit gets doubled.
Mm-hmm.
Hurrah. Oh my gosh, I just put the 10s down. I know what they are. Okay. And that is...
And do me a favor, because this was 2 different
Okay.
hits. Give me the damage separately for both hit.
Yeah. Alright. So, first one of those is 10 force, 2 necrotic for a total of 12. And then the other one is 7 force, 6 necrotic for a total of 13.
Okay.
Neither of those were doubled or anything yet.
Oh, shit. Okay. So the second one would be, you said it was how much total? 13?
Yes.
So that would be 26.
Okay, so here's what happens. You hit him. The first one hits, still dazed a little bit, but he kind of shakes it off. Still up, but hurt. The second hit looks like it would take him down, and he kind of, that rock behind him, he kind of stumbles and grabs. And then he kind of shakes, and he seems to get a second wind. He dropped to 0. But because of that injection, when he dropped to 0, he pops back up at 1. Now, that effect is worn off. So literally 1 more damage and he would be down. But it's essentially like the barbarian thing, where it's like he dropped to 0, back up at 1. So
or the half orc thing.
Or the half orc thing. Yeah. Yeah, they're juicing. So he is almost dead though. That would have done it.
Mods, can we breathe on this man?
Literally. Seth, just spit on him. Just take your ass and just go spit on him. Free action.
He totally can spit on him, but
no, that is the thing you can do. Okay. Is anything else you want to do, Sapling? Do you want to move?
That'd probably be a good idea. I should probably put myself somewhere where I'm not surrounded by people.
Okay. Where do you want to go? Because currently this way, I'm going to be real with you. This way is blocked off because of the group that's in there. And this way has a guy. Oh, and by the way, there's a guy over here too. So it's kind of like, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? You are surrounded, but you could go like try to get in with this group over here, but you would kind of be blocked in.
I might go like over to the edge of where the group is. Like I don't want to get inside of there because I'm not coming out if that happens, but
About here.
I'll mosey up beside him.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Moseying up beside him. Okay, that works. Well, in that case, that'll be your turn. So now it's over to Thrill, and then in Chiron.
Yay.
Where's Thrill?
Well,
Thrill's in the group.
Thrill's in the group behind this rock. I'll grab you just a random thing for that. Bard. Here you go. There's Thrill. Thrill is the very colorful Bard character. Which Thrill is back in here. I just can't quite put him there because the model don't fit.
Yeah.
But what do you want Thrill to do?
Would he be able to go around the rock and hit the guy that's in front of Seth?
Totally. Let me, I'm just gonna, there we go. Ta-da! Yeah, there we go. Get rid of that frying pan. He could totally get up there and hit him.
He gonna do that then.
Okay, so Thrill goes up and hits.
It's an 11 on the dice.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, no, that would. Okay, so he goes up, he hits, and this guy was already at 1 HP. Sapling, what do you think that Thrill would use as a weapon? This is one of your NPCs, even though you're not in control right now. That is someone that is your NPC. What do you think they would use?
Honestly, probably a spear.
Spear?
I feel
Okay.
like most people just used spears.
That tracks.
You can hunt with it, you can stab, you can fish with it. So beautiful.
Very versatile.
Spear doesn't use a spear, though.
No, hand crossbow.
Yeah, spear's got a Glock.
Okay, well, runs up with the spear and just stabs out. Guy was already on death's door. Just down, gone. See, he flattened into the void. Okay. And then with that guy down, I gotta roll a thing for the guy on the opposite side of Seth. Okay, does not happen. All right, that's Thrill, unless you want to move him anywhere else.
As far back around the rock as possible.
He can get to about here. Here. He can't really go too far.
Perfect.
That's okay.
Fine. I just want to get him as much out of harm's way as possible.
Cool.
You're welcome.
In Chiron, and then it's over to the other two people.
I will kind of like scooch past Sapling just so that I can get better sight lines.
Okay.
And then I will, as my action, I'm going to hit up a channel divinity to heal the Seth.
Cool.
Let me. That's 10 HP to Seth.
Okay.
Oh, that's lovely.
And then, as my bonus action, I will Shield of Faith also on Seth, because I have plans with my mages.
Okay. Are you wanting to, at the end of your turn, move back?
I think I'll stay about there, keep my sight lines. I want to keep an eye on Seth, make sure he's okay.
Sounds good.
Can you remind me how much it adds? Because I've got like 3 different.
2.
Perfect. I know which one I am using. I have 3 different ACs all written down, and it's confusing.
I know. You're all doing great. You're all doing amazing. Thank you so much.
I mean, those are just sets. I don't know about the rest of them.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I
I
take
just
back
have
the
different ones
praise.
written down. Thanks. I don't know about the other 2. Maybe they're doing better than I am
Nah,
with this.
y'all are doing great. Y'all are all doing great. Okay. Well, some healing was done. You're staying where you are. I turned the camera so you could see there are 2 guys there. You want to stay where you are.
Yeah, I know there's 2 guys there.
Okay.
I see them.
Okay.
I will. I guess I'll back up a little bit. Make sure that make sure they
Like-
can't surround me. But,
Okay, so
like,
yeah,
I'll go up against a wall.
Okay.
Up
Kinda
against
put you up
sapling in
against-
the wall. Make sure that we can't get cornered.
Okay. And you do still have like a way behind you. There's people there, but like
It-
you could still go this way
Yeah,
if needed.
exactly.
Okay. So it's this guy. Yeah, okay. He is going to go over here. He's going to pick up a weapon, and he's going to come over here. Takes him like 20 feet of his movement. He holds up one of those shiny guns, and you're going to see it begin to glow from around where his hand is. And then it slowly starts to glow toward the front. And there's this humming sound that you begin to hear. In Chiron, Sapling, let's see who else would be in the way. Okay. I'm going to name off some people. If you're in control of them, grab a d20. Okay? In Chiron, Sapling, Sterin, Main Glassjaw, and one of the mages.
Okay.
Does everyone have their d20s?
Yep.
Roll a dex save.
Here. Ah.
And just go ahead and post the numbers and who it was for in dice rolls. Of course, again, if it's one of the people you don't have stat blocks for, just wrote what you rolled, and I'll add whatever their plus would be.
Ooh.
So it was a dex save.
A dex save, yes. Okay. Saren saves, and Chiron saves. Mage saves. So far, everyone's saving.
I think that was it.
Yeah, okay. So everyone
We all hit the
saves.
deck.
You do take half damage. However, if you have something like evasion or something that would allow you to prevent that half damage, of course, add that in. Saren would. Saren would take no damage, but everyone else will take at least half. Oh, wrong dice. I don't want to roll a d20. I want to roll a this. Nope, that is also... Why are all of my things wrong? Where are the correct dice?
Non-existent.
Wrong. All of my 10s are in with these, and I don't want that. Oh yeah, I need a second one of these.
I'm sorry, I ate them all.
10.
I was very hungry.
Jeez. Take 10 damage. God, what kind of damage would this be? It's not lightning. Because this is not a lightning
4?
bolt. No. Huh. Give me 2 seconds. Because this is a thing that actually exists in like actual D&D rules. I just don't know what type of damage this is. Hold on. And I don't want to just say because okay. I'll say fire damage is what people mostly associate this with. It's usually either radiant or fire. I will say fire. So this beam of bluish light emanates from the end of this weapon, just shoots through the air. You all hit the fucking deck, and or get out of the way. and you are able to prevent this. Now, when this happens, you see the end of the weapon is now smoking, and so is part up where their hand is, and they immediately have to drop it and draw a different weapon. Seems very much it's like a one and done type thing. At least for a time. With that being said, we are now over to the other guy, which
And
actually,
how much
yes.
damage was that? Half damage?
10.
10. Okay. So I'm gonna roll my concentration. Let's see if Shield of Faith drops. It just barely doesn't. I hit exactly 10.
Perfect. This water is not this deep. It shouldn't be anyway. Anyway, the other guy is, yeah, I know. The other guy, it's like knee deep water. Knee deep water. It is not this. He's gonna just make his way over. I'll just put him. He's gone. He makes his way across.
He's gone.
He just dashes full turn, makes his way through the water. I know, water. Ooh, scary. For one of you it is. But yeah, that's it. They just make their way that way. So let's see. Where were we?
It's
Oh,
monks.
yeah, monks time, Saren and Kian. Hit the monks. Yep. So, they are they are back here with everyone else. Yep. I will get minis.
Saren's near Encheiron on Sapling. I think Kian's near to the front.
Near, like, would you say, like, over here?
Because I said that Kian was in front of the marching order and Saren was...
Okay. So does this look good, like Saren being this one, Kian being this one, or do you want it to be flipped?
Yeah.
Flip it?
No, that looks good.
Oh, okay. So Saren, Kian.
Can you turn the map
Which way? This way?
so I can see where the other way. I'm trying to see where enemies are.
Should be able to see them all from here. You have one here. You have one there, one that just left. There is one that you saw went back here.
Yeah. I'm gonna do Saren first. She's gonna go towards the one in the very back.
This one over here?
Yeah. If
So,
she can get...
flashes past. She's a monk. She can do that. Oh my god. Flashes past, rushes up to this guy. He has dropped his smoking weapon and has drawn a sword, but he doesn't expect somebody to be there very quickly, and someone is there way too quickly.
Monk bitch do monk shit.
Monk do bitch do monk shit.
On roll for the first one. Second one is a 12 on the die.
First one will hit. The second one, no, they'll both hit. Sorry, they'll both hit.
Okay. What do I even roll damage die?
Like I said, we weren't really going to. It's basically both of those
cool.
hit. They deal whatever the average damage would be of the damage. He is still up.
And you know what? Screw it.
Because he hasn't been hit yet. Yeah.
Key point and flurry.
Flurry blows. Okay, go ahead and roll 2 more times.
19 on the die and a 7. Wait. Yes, that is a 7.
7, but the 19 on the die. Too high for him to do that. Damn. With 7, because she missed. Okay. The guy's still up with those 3 strikes, though they are hefty hits. She rushes forward and does that. A little bit, it did take her a minute to get there, and so the first 3 hits very quickly, almost a bit rash even for her trained skills, but the last one does miss. And the guy is now a bit more prepared for her. Kian is back here. This guy right here with the purple hair.
He's gonna go for the one that's behind Seth.
One behind Seth. Okay. So he rushes over here. Does he want to try and get like flanking with Seth?
Fuck, sure.
Okay. Advantage it is.
First one is a 16 on the die.
Okay. That'll hit.
Second one is a 4 on the die.
That will not hit. He's having a bit too much fun. Not taking it seriously enough.
Fuck it. It's not like they can do a whole lot else that I know of. We'll give him key point too. We'll flurry.
Do flurry.
With him.
Okay.
10 on the die.
Okay. That will not hit.
18 on the die.
Would he waste this? Would he waste it? No, that's
Here's
gonna
the
be it.
question: who's more of a threat?
Yeah. He's not gonna waste that. Okay. He's still up, but he does take the hits. He's looking pretty hurt though.
Good.
Okay.
Screw that guy in particular.
Screw that guy in particular. Next up is, unless you want to do like any moving with them.
Nah.
No, we don't want to. We want here, the only feline we have, the only cat we actually have in this thing that isn't a weird looking cat folk. The feline wizard, Seedling.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite wizard.
Yeah. look at him.
Oh, he's beautiful. He's gonna do great.
He's got a mouse in the hat.
Oh, what a wonderful creature. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's see. Is that is the first one that started getting jumped, that started all of this, still alive?
No.
No, he died a while.
Okay, good.
He died almost instantly.
Okay. There was another one that the monks just jumped that was low, right?
This guy right here.
How far is he?
20, 25, 30. Too far out of Seedling's range by like 15
Well,
feet.
how far?
Oh, he would be 50 feet.
50 feet. Okay, that's okay. Feline agility.
Oh.
Hooray.
Okay. Never mind. Can get up there then. I will have to go here. I forgot that was the thing.
Yay. Yep, I made sure to. I remembered something wacky. I was like, you know what? Seedling isn't anything. I can't think of any classes that are right because he doesn't fight people.
But he's tabaxi.
But he's a cat.
Yeah. Fucking cat.
And since
Technically,
he's
we're
a
all
cat,
cats.
and since he's a cat, he can go ahead and use cat's claws to jump this guy.
Roll the hit.
No. Well, he's
He's
it's
trying.
only his first day out here. He's definitely gonna try with a 6 on the dice, but unfortunately, I can't imagine that goes too low.
Sadly, that does not hit. Kind of rushes up and goes for a swipe, and the guy he was already getting battered by the monks, and he just kind of is stumbling backwards into this one cage. And just which actually, would you all care if I did something? Relating to there's somebody in that cage. It's Mama. It's
No.
it's Cloud Jumper. Cloud Jumper kind of was standing, seeing all this happen, and as the guy gets up there, is going to go to grapple him.
Ooh, fuck him up.
That's a 17. That'll do it. So literally just grabs him and pulls him against the cage, and says something around that, which I don't know if this is somebody who would swear, but if they're not, then this might be the first time you've ever heard that. Just goes, fuck him up. And and so anything that happens here will have advantage against this guy because he is restrained. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. So Seedling, you didn't hit, but you got him close enough there by the pressure that he was able to get grabbed. So it did something. It is over
BMW
to
6.
BMW 6. Now,
Oh, one over.
this guy actually, I'm sorry, he wasn't supposed to be there. He was supposed to be somewhere else. So what's going to happen is over here, this guy had run in here. Now, this is not number 6. He had run in there. And I need to grab a mini here. Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. There it is. There it is. So, this thing is the only word I can use, is going to exit that tented area. What is it going to do? There's no real way that I can show this with the limitations of this program. It is going to jump, it is going to grab the ceiling, and it is going to begin crawling along it towards you guys.
Oh.
It's not gonna do anything yet, but it's up on the ceiling roughly in this area, with its head practically upside down, just staring down at you. Let me give a description of what this thing looks like. Its face is split open in multiple places, and where you can see the flesh is parted, there is bone that has been spliced with metal in places. The metal is as sleek and immaculate as the weaponry that was just fired at the group before. The body is similarly split in places, and instead of any kind of clothing, it seems to just replace bits of its body with metal interspliced with the bone and flesh and muscle. But you notice the flesh, it almost looks rotting. It looks like a mechanical creature and a humanoid creature were
We got reverse spring trap.
kinda. It's kind of like a humanoid thing brushed around a mechanical creature. It's like one grew out of the other because of how seamlessly they mesh. It's like it just grew out of the places it shouldn't have. And now it's on the ceiling. And it's looking at you.
We got reverse spring trap up in this.
But yeah, it's on the ceiling, it's above you, it's watching. Always watching Wazowski. And the main always watching. So main glass jaw, it's over to him, and then the mages, which I'm gonna get minis for them real quick. But what do you want
You
the main
don't
glass jaw to do?
particularly need minis for the mages.
That's fair. But what would you like them to do? Or the glass jaw, rather.
That's my beasties, I believe.
Yes,
We'll make the
alright,
monk the glass jaw.
It's time
There you
for
go.
him to shine. Alright, let me look with my eyes. Where is this guy situated?
Oh, it's right here. Which is funny that I
Okay.
made the fighter the monk and the monk the fighter. It's fine. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
Okay, so where is that? He's next to a friend. That's not a foe. Okay.
Next
I think.
to
That's a cat.
fuck Thrill? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Thrill.
Okay. So who can he get to?
kind of impossible to get to this guy, and this guy's fucked. There is still somebody in this tented area over here that he could get to. Or
Alright.
he could try to hit the dude on the ceiling.
As tempting as it is to try to go for that freak on the ceiling, I feel like that's best suited for some others. So we're gonna go jump tent guy.
Okay. Yeah, get his ass.
Get his ass. Alright, what kind of weapon do you think he uses? Like a sword?
A sword.
Yeah, just like
A
a big
sword.
ass sword, probably like a great sword.
Alright, so we're gonna take that great
There's
sword. We're gonna
just
go
2d6s.
ahead and we're going to go ahead and there we go. I hope that was anything. I redeemed a bonk.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the street. Anyway, that is a 13 to hit.
With his plus, that will hit.
That's
But
2d6s.
Here's
I
what I'm
think.
gonna tell you. You don't need to roll, and it's not for the reason as I said before, but you hit, and the sword goes through like it's cutting through paper, and the body just falls to the ground in a heap, a boneless heap.
Oh,
And and again, this is the Glassjaw saying this, but as I'll describe it as if you're saying it, as he looks down and he sees this crumpled mess in the face. There are hollow sockets where the eyes were. The face is mush because there's no skull underneath to hold it all in place.
oh,
And none of them are anywhere to be seen.
what happened to this guy's bones?
I think they're on the ceiling.
Oh,
So
oh heavens. Oh great heavens.
that would take basically all his movement to get here, so he can't really get out there to say anything yet. But little thing here, the on the ceiling, might have stolen someone's bones.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's
All right.
Mage's time.
Mage's time. What
One
are
of the
doing?
mages, the one that didn't get hit, is gonna peek around and have fun, Seth. They're casting haste on you.
What have
So
you
that
done?
gives
What have you done?
that gives you double speed, +2 more +2 to armor class, advantage on dex saves, and you get an additional action on your turn.
Yeah, that's nuts.
And then the other mage is just gonna chuck a damaging spell at the one that shot at us.
Okay.
So I'll just roll for that.
Yeah. Would you what spell do you want to do? Like a magic missile?
I guess no. He shot fire at us. Let's shoot a scorching ray all 3 times.
Okay.
That's a 2nd level spell, right?
I believe so.
think so.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull it up so that I know what to.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's 2nd level. So, first one is a 16 to hit. Second one is a 12 to hit, and the third one is a natural 20.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I will roll on the.
Go ahead.
Roll on the table for that nat 20. That's a 46 for the natural 20, and then let me roll that damage on each.
Yeah.
This guy might not survive.
I'll be real with you,
Did
Chief.
all of them hit?
No, they all hit. Yeah, but no, this guy ain't alive.
Yeah, first one's a 9 damage. Second one is 7 damage, and the critical is 7 damage doubled to 14.
The worst part about this is the fact that the 46, right, is what you got for the D100. Destroys your target's weapon arm, which is funny that you're using fire because the guy was still kind of reeling from like his weapon being very hot, so he's kind of and dropped it. Then he got hit a bunch. And then he got hit with scorching rays, and his arm disintegrates, and then he sees it coursing up the arm and just burning as he gets hit in the torso and then hit in the face, and he just burns.
And that's the mages.
That's the mages. Now, here's a lot of them are dead at this point or gone. So I think we're going to go. It is about time to end. We're not going to go for too much longer, but I want to get through this part at least, which shouldn't take too much longer. Let me get rid of this guy. Seth, guy's in front of you. He's being grabbed. What do you do?
You are a kaiju. Go.
Yeah, you're insane right now.
Go, have fun. I
your
bestow
thing.
upon you haste.
And the guy in the ceiling is above you. Also not very far above you as well. This is not a very high ceiling.
How high above is the question? Because this is
What-
also Seth.
Like if you were to jump, you could hit him.
Okay.
Even at your height. This is not a like I would say you probably have a decent vertical for a few reasons, especially hasted. But the dude's right there.
Does a grapple count as an attack?
It is one of yes, grapple is an attack.
Okay, cool. For the first action, because haste is bullshit, I'm gonna try to grapple him. The dude up top.
Yeah, no, I got it. Go ahead and roll.
That is a natural 20.
That'll yeah. Here's the thing though. So that I need to read a thing because I need to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. No, just give me the rules. As you hit, it's a good hit, but it does not seem to have the exact effect you're hoping. Its body is made of adamantine. So that turns the critical into a normal hit.
He's just trying to cling on to it, so.
Oh, that's true.
It's just a grapple. He's not trying to hurt it.
That's true.
At least not yet.
Well, in that case, that would have the same effect. Okay, but yeah, you are able to grab onto it because that would be above its AC anyway. Okay. So, in that case, that's what I'm looking for. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to look up things as we're doing this. Okay, so you grab onto it, and you have it now. It is on the ceiling, and so are you.
Then
What do you do now?
With his normal arm, not the prosthetic, he's going to take his usual hits.
Cool.
His fucking haste. A 22 to hit.
Okay.
And
22
a
will
20
hit.
to hit.
It's going to use its reaction to deflect that attack.
Okay.
So basically, you're grappled onto it, and then it's just you're going for a hit, and a small appendage strikes out of its body, tearing some of the skin, and just bats your hand away.
It's 9 piercing.
Okay.
For
Cool.
the one, fuck it, we'll spend a key point and flurry them.
Sounds good. I will. That works. That works.
One second. It's a 19 to hit for that one.
That'll hit.
Okay. I'm assuming it's going to hit, but it's a 24 to hit for the other one.
Yeah, that'll definitely hit.
It's going to be 14 piercing between the two.
Sounds good. As you strike at it, it just starts to kind of slough off bits of the skin. And again, you can now see exposed bones where, again, the metal has fused into the bone or the bone into the metal. You're not entirely sure. It's gross. It's real gross.
He doesn't care.
But it's also
He's dealt with
familiar.
gross shit before.
It's familiar. All right, that guy's down, that guy's down, that guy's down. Actually, no, he's not down, but he's grappled currently. He's gonna try and break free from Mama. That's a fucking natural 20. That's his turn. That takes his entire action, but the guy breaks free. However, he can't do anything. That it was his turn, and he's surrounded. So now, Sapling. You are over here.
I am over here.
Yes, and you can kind of see what's going on over here. Dude on the ceiling, Seth on the guy right here who just broke free from Mama.
I'm gonna. Don't know. I can't completely tell how far away all that commotion is exactly.
40 to 50. I'll say
Okay, that's
45
fine.
feet.
I don't need to go over there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that first dude died a long time ago, but thankfully, due to the way that this works, I can still move my hex. So I'm gonna move it to that freakish thing on the ceiling. Maybe there is a Seth attached to it, but I have confidence in myself. And I've already hurt Seth tonight.
It's okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and move my hex over there, and I'm gonna blast.
Blast. Just don't roll on that one.
Ah. Well, thankfully I didn't. Thankfully I did not get a natural one. The lowest of that is gonna be a 12 to hit.
Okay. 12 total?
Total, yes.
That will not hit. And what's the other one?
The other one is a 24 to hit.
That one will hit. The first one does not, but that one will hit.
Yay! Right. Oh man. Okay. So that's gonna be 4 force damage and 1 necrotic damage. And if this thing doesn't get hurt by necrotic damage, I'm gonna be sad.
Well, let's see. No, it does seem to be affected by it. So,
Yay!
it hits its body, and you actually watch as some of the metal begins to turn a darker color. Not rust, but starts to darken in some places where the impact hits. What you see, and Seth, you're getting a front row view to this, but Sapling, even you see it. Its face splits open down the middle, cracking some of the bone and splitting the metal. Half of its face staring at Seth, the other half turns to look at Sapling.
Ew!
It's not even just the eye. The whole head turns to look. Yeah, so,
Yeah.
Seth, you're a lot closer, so what you see is that happen, and inside you see it's just mostly hollow. But you see the metal is almost looks molten in places, and it's kind of forming and reforming all at once into different spots and different configurations and shapes. Sometimes it looks cubic, sometimes it looks flowing, sometimes it's flat. It just in very quick succession, and then the head snaps back. Okay. It's over to Thrill. Unless Sapling, you want to move at all.
No thanks.
Cool. Thrill, what would you like to do? You're right here.
I mean, there's still the dude down there, right? So he'll go for him.
Which dude? This right here?
That dude, yeah.
Can't really get in there. Gonna be real with you.
I mean, Seth's not actually there.
Oh, true. You know, you're right. You get up in there and you can stab. And actually, even if you couldn't get right there, there's a spear, so technically you could go, yeah. Okay.
That's 6 on the dice.
That's not gonna hit. He is a bit far even with that reach. And again, Seth and the guy and the thing on ceiling are not super high off the ceiling. So like getting past there's still a dangerous thing. And so being a little careful trying to reach across doesn't quite impact. That's all he can really do. In Chiron.
I'm gonna try something. I want to get within 30 feet of the creature.
A creature. Okay. You move, doot, and you get okay. You get 30 feet.
And I'm gonna try to turn on.
Okay.
If it's undead, it has to make a wisdom save.
It does not make a wisdom save.
Aw, man.
Mm-hmm. I will tell you, because of you specifically and your knowledge of machinery, this is giving you more construct vibes than undead. Okay. Even with the bone incorporated.
Just had to try.
No, it is a good idea. Mention a bone, undead. I see that connection.
Try not to use any poison on it. I don't think it'll work. And that's gonna be my turn.
Okay. Over to those guys are dead, Saren and Kian. Saren is currently over here. She is alone. She would have seen the guy go through by the water, but he's out of sight at this point. And then Kian is right next to this guy.
Yeah. For Saren, I think she's going to start heading around behind the same rock again, trying to go towards the tent.
Sorry, towards back here?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're talking going
Basically
around this rock?
No, where she came from.
Back this way. Okay. Well, I'll say she can get. Do you want to use like dash and everything, or not dash, step of the wind and all that?
Nah.
So you're just using your normal movement.
Sure.
Then you get there.
Okay.
And then Kia.
He'll punch this dude that's sitting.
Yeah, please. This guy has dodged way too many attacks. Please end his fucking life. Kill him.
That's 3 on the dice.
Oh my god.
That's a 9 on the dice.
Oh my god.
He'll flurry.
Please.
That's a 9 on the dice.
Don't worry, the mage will take care of it.
That's a 5 on the dice. No. None
There's
of those.
no
The mages will
fucking
take
way.
care of it. Don't worry.
This is all your fault for saying redemption arc for my dice. You said it and then...
My bad.
They
I
heard.
forgot to knock on wood.
Seedling, you're right there. Cat claws, go. It is Seedling's turn,
Yes.
by the way.
Yes, seedling, cat claws, go.
If he's still alive, he's getting a magic missile face.
That's an 11 on the dice.
No. No. Seedling doesn't
Seedling.
have Seedling's plus to hit is not very high. Okay.
No, it's not.
Oh my god. This guy somehow
Just die.
Mages.
Cloud Jumper's literally sitting there like,
Oh,
come on,
it's the
I gave you
creature.
an opportunity. Oh, it is a creature's turn. Yeah, so the creature, first off, his bonus action, since Seth, thank you for grappling to it, it's going to use its bonus action to heal itself using you. So you are going to take... you're going to take 7 points of necrotic damage. And it is going to heal for 4 of that. And it's kind of weird. You start to feel you feel an ache in your bones. Your bones ache. Very unpleasant.
Stealing the bones.
It is stealing your
He-
bones.
He like half freaks out for a second, thinking it's
Uh-huh.
another mutation.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. And I don't know how Seth would feel about this. He gets stabbed right as this happens. In, like, we'll say the arm, by a thing that just comes out of its leg. And it hits the bone. And that's kind of when that feeling begins. Yeah, I'm trying to describe it in a way that doesn't, Now that is its bonus action, and it does heal a little bit. It actually, I said 4. It does get a max hit point increase by 4. It's then gonna, it's gonna attack you. It's going to. So its body was mostly humanoid at this point. Where on its body would you be grappling? Onto its legs or like its torso? Where would you be grappling?
Its main torso, probably.
Okay. Its arms slide downwards to the center of its torso and just start pummeling you. It's going to take 2 attacks. So one of those is a 19 on the die. The other one is a natural 20. Now, actually, what is your AC currently? Because that might not
22.
hit. Yeah, that hits. It's got a higher
reaction. I'm gonna make that critical not a critical with emblem.
Very, very good. Okay, so it will hit, but neither of them are a crit. I need to roll.
And also it yells, I think. Something happens with that emblem.
Oh, yeah. Wait, because it was the...
Yeah, it's shiny.
Yeah. It just starts, just yelling, which kind of fills the chamber. It's great. I forgot about that. Jesus. Seth, you are going to take 10. This is from both attacks. 10 points of piercing damage, as it's less punches. It's more so kind of like what you do. It's almost mimicking you in a way. It has fists, and then when you go for the stab, it kind of opens its hands and starts jabbing into your torso. With these 2 arms, again, which slide kind of in a similar way to how you saw inside the head, the molten whatever. They kind of meld a little bit and go down to the center of the torso so they can better strike at you. It does have a 3rd attack. It's not going to take it on you, though. It is going to then, one of the hands is going to form into something similar to those weaponry you saw, except on a smaller scale, shorter barrel. It's going to aim it at... Who's it going to aim it at? There's a lot of options right here. Well, somebody did just cancel its crit. Then made a bunch of noise. I mean, yeah, sure. This glowing blue light comes out. It's gonna be like a 23.
That does hit.
And 11 fire damage.
11. Okay. I will roll to see if I maintain concentration. I am not looking.
These 2. I will note this as well.
I do not. Shield of Faith drops.
Okay. I will note this as well. Because this hit you, you do take, at the start of your next turn, you will take 5 fire damage, and then after that, that effect ends. So it's not like every turn, it's just for the next turn. You take 5 as basically part of your body has caught. It's almost like a burn rather than part of it catching. It's more like a burn in that spot that hurts on the next turn.
Well, I'm gonna be unconscious next turn then.
Eesh.
I'm on 5
Yeah.
HP.
Yeah. This thing's pretty nasty. It's also that, I'm gonna be real, that hit rolled real good. That was almost max on its damage.
Fair enough.
Okay. That's it. It's over to the glass jaw. So the main glass jaw guy is back here. He has seen the molten body. What does he do?
He's gonna come back.
Uh-huh. Things are
To the best
bad.
of his ability.
Things are bad out here. I will say this. He comes out here, he sees all of this, he hears somebody yell over here, that being in Chiron, and then he sees this thing shoot at that sound. So that's really what he couldn't see over here, and then he can obviously see everything going on here.
Can he do anything to anyone? Because he was far away.
So he was in there, I would say, to be honest, not really from where he was. He can get into this area, and if you want to make him dash, you can move him somewhere to a better position. Like if you want to, for example, get him on the other side of this thing to potentially give flanking to Seth or whoever may want to attack it. But that's really all you could really do with this guy.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll do that.
We'll put him
We'll
here and we'll say he's
also-
flanking.
I'm not extremely familiar with how he speaks, but in the way that he can, we're gonna make a note that he kind of he'll let us know about the boneless situation.
That makes sense. that makes sense. Let everyone know about the boneless wings. Okay.
Yeah.
Bones.
Yeah. Mages. It's over to the mages.
The mage that has haste right now is gonna go to the cages and start trying to get people out of the cages as the
Okay.
action. The
That
other
works.
mage is gonna throw a magic missile, one at the guy who's hurting, and two at the creature.
Oh, fucking finally. That fucking guy. He has dodged too many attacks. He has lived too long.
He's getting hit with the auto hit. That is 3 damage to that guy, and to the creature. Wow, really bad. 5 damage to the creature. That's
Okay. A note. Hit and dies next to the cage. Does gain a bit of health back. Too close to the guy. Close to the creature, rather. Okay, not a lot. Like 3, but...
and
So...
that's... Get the people out of the cages.
I'm gonna say... And the reason mainly being, somebody just died right here. He could...
Yeah. Okay.
Doing that. So, because there's like a dead body right over here, so it's... Okay. So, there you go. And there. Or... if I could have something happen here that would allow us to start at a...
It wouldn't be clean. I would still be on the ground.
that as well.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay if we slip? Okay. You do... What happens is... we attack the creature. Is that correct? Okay. Next move. Okay. So you'd be blasting... trying to make attacks on the thing. Basically, most Chiron drops. At that point... and actually, let me check a quick thing. because I was going to do one thing, but this might work better. No. I'm going to get down there and very, and then because that's really all is going to shout for somebody, which the glass jaw guy is going to start making his way over pretty quickly. Like you're down, and then you're stable. What's going to happen with the creature, though? Seth, you is going to use its action, and we're actually going to roll for this here. It rolled really low. I thought, okay, you free, and it's going to begin just across towards where the water area was. And it gets over this way somewhere. So is the, and I'm mainly starting the people have been let out of the cages. One of the cages was empty. The other two had found that none of you that are not recognizable to any of you. So that is where we'll go ahead. That way we don't have to make this a is that all? Okay. That's a little cleaner, because stopping in the middle of combat, I never liked doing that, so.
Oh, yeah.
Brought up with, I'll say this was a, you get back, oh, I need to roll 2 more.